How's everybody doing? We all here? I mean, obviously we're not all here, but are some people here? I can see Andre Lewis in here that says, buy Azura, buy Azura, buy Azura. I'm getting the stream early today. I'm not sure. Is it early? Didn't I start my last KCD stream at 11? I totally don't remember because I don't think I've started them consistently yet, but I thought it was 11. DTG Production says, let's go! In fact, let us go. First thing we're going to do today is build ourselves a new suit of armor. I figured after yesterday's stream I'd dump all my crap in the chest, get cleaned up and ready, and then we'd build a new suit before we, Jade says, let's go! I just got free bathhouse services in my game. Nice, you're considerably ahead of me. And Andre Lewis says, I'm here. Well, that's good. So we're going to start off building a suit of armor. Oh, Andre Lewis says I meant to always get to the streams late. I guess that's fair. So, first thing we got to start with is our weapons. So I still think I want to stick with that one I forged in the last stream. I know it's got a little bit less damage than the one-handed noble sword that we've got there, but I did forge it, and I do want a two-handed sword, so. Redneck Zeus pops in, says, howdy. Howdy, Redneck Zeus. Nice to see you here. Andre Lewis says, first time I'm getting at the beginning of the stream. Well, the beginning's usually the least interesting part, but today we're going to be building our suit of armor from scratch. So we're going to start with that long sword. We're going to grab that bad boy. Because we have a long sword, I'm not going to the shield. Those are all of the pole arms that we've managed to get so far. There's our ranged weapons. I guess we could ask, should I go with the crossbow again, or do you guys want me to switch over to the bow? We don't have a great bow yet. The best bow we have is this hazel longbow, since it's the only level 3 bow we found so far. So, do you want me to stick with the crossbow or that? You guys can answer that while I get my dagger and my torch. Well, our Italian bassinet is still stolen. It's a shame because I want to wear that one. Shakespeare's buddy says, I'm watching, but in a meeting, so I'm mute for a bit. Well, that's okay. At the moment, we're just building our suit, but then we're going to be going on to do the Hermit quest, and I'm going to do the full investigation. So we've got... Those are arrows, so the best... Well, those are arrows, too. Best bolts we got are the piercing bolts, but we got plenty of them. So, do you guys want me to go with the bow, or should I stick with the crossbow, considering that bow doesn't do a lot of damage? I'm kind of leaning towards the crossbow. So if anybody has an opinion on that, you can give it. But, Andre Lewis says crossbow. Good. Because that has been what we've been going with. Piercing bolt. We'll take 30 of those bad boys with us. That should be enough. Alright, that's our weapons done and dusted. Let's get our armor on. So, we already have it sorted by protections, so... Yeah, look how much stuff we've gathered so far. Just level 3 stuff, too, because we've been getting rid of all the level 2 and the level 1 stuff. So we've come up with a pretty good suit. I think we still only have the one type of spurs. We got the Rowell spurs. Then, let's get, okay, we have Hunter's Pouch and Wander's Pouch. So the Hunter's Pouch should have 2, so we'll do both the Hunter's things right off the bat. What's the best? Long Porpont. Okay, we've got 2 long Porponts. Red and blue for one, and purple and black for the other. Okay, it looks like we got 3 votes right in a row for the crossbow, so definitely got that. Jean Cartier says, I tried Oblivion and now I got one of the strongest swords by being a coward and let the guard do the killing. Oh, what did you go after? What's her name? The dungeon right by the Imperial City there? I can't remember what her name is, but if you, like, kite her back into the Imperial City and let all the guards kill her for you, you can get a good suit of armor and sword early. I remember doing that a long time ago. The good senator says, thoughts on the Soulless Oblivion remake? I like it as much as I can like a remake from a long time ago, because it's definitely a huge improvement over the original, technologically speaking, and Oblivion was probably my favorite Elder Scrolls game. So I'll probably be playing it a bunch in my spare time. Compared to a game like... It's hard. You ask me while I'm playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is one of the best games, in my opinion, ever made, and of course is actually a new game. It's a bad way to frame it, because even if the Oblivion remake is the best remake ever, it's still a remake, so it doesn't compare to a new original work. Plus, Kingdom Come Deliverance is a perfect game for me, because as much as I like the Elder Scrolls games and games like that, like The Witcher and stuff, I am not a big magic guy, so these normal, historically authentic medieval game is always going to be the best one, in my opinion. Yes, Umbra, that's the name. I couldn't remember the name. Alright, JH says red and blue is just too pretty to stash away or sell. That's a good point. We'll go red and blue. Then we have... I don't want to wear the... I want to go with the short chainmail because I don't want the one that covers up part of my arm armor. So there we've got our torso stuff. Well, not all of it yet, but I usually do it in layers. Then we need some hose. Noble's quilted hose. Do these count? Okay, so as long as these count as something I can wear under armor, that will work for that. Alright, so we've got hose, we've got... So the best legs we've got the Noble's Brigandine legs. We got two different kinds of that, the black and then the blue ones. Those are our best stat-wise. We also have the Warhorse stuff, the Brunswick stuff, and then some Old Brigandine stuff. So I'm leaning towards one of these Noble's Brigandine ones. But I can't do blue unless we can find a way to coordinate with that because it's not a neutral color. Our Silesian Brigandine sleeves that we've got from Gills are also still... They have a stolen mark on them, so we can't use that yet. We can use the Brunswick's Brigandine. Let's see what we can do for a coif. Music for Life says, hello, DTG. JH says, I did like 75% of the game in that red and blue one just because of how it looked. That's a good point. It is a good-looking Gambison. Donkey Hot says, hi, what do you think of post-scriptum quest impact on progression in terms of armor? I don't know. What do I think of post-scriptum quest impact on progression in terms of armor? I switch my armor a lot in these games, and I usually do it for aesthetic reasons. So, I don't have much of a comment. I really want to wear that Italian bassinet, but it's still stolen, and I feel like I'll be... Well, then again, I won't necessarily be headed to Samine for a while, so... heck, we'll risk it. Do we have a male collar, though? I don't think we do. So that's the one piece we're still missing a level 3 variant of. Well, let's put it together so far and see what we've got. Alright, so let's pop these on. Let's get our longsword on and our crossbow on. Then we'll get our dagger and our torch equipped. There's all of our weapons. Let's get our clothing on. Oops, I already had that on. Well, now I gotta go and put my crossbow back on. I'm a dingus. Sometimes, but not most of the time. Let's put our pourpont on. Our hose. Alright, so we still need arms, gloves, legs. Okay, so let's get our arms and gloves first. So our options for best in-class stuff are the Silesian ones, which are still stolen, but if I wear them, they will become unstolen faster. And since we're wearing the Gules helmet, I think I'm going to go with it. And then we have the Warhorse gauntlets or the Hourglass gauntlets. I'll see how they look. And then for our legs, we'll do the same. We'll grab these three options. I'm going to need boots, though. Master Huntsman's boots. There we go. Alright, so we'll pop the boots on and our spurs. Now, okay, that looks pretty solid. It doesn't look horrible, but we're going to have the red sleeves. Lexi1397 says, hello, don't forget to like and subscribe. Always great to say. Andre Lewis says, you have a red noble hose too. That's true. Well, let's see about the sleeves. Okay, so the red is fairly noticeable on those sleeves. How's the Warhorse gauntlets look? Doesn't look horrible. Kind of like the Hourglass gauntlets better, though. So that's what we're going to go with there. I'm probably going to be putting, if I have a sleeveless Waffenrock, I'm probably going to be covering up the torso there anyway. So we can lean into the red. So the Warhorse leans into the red fairly aggressively. Stat-wise, it's not as good as the Noble Brigandine legs, but it does match the color better. So should we go for stats, or should we definitely hit that red? Music for Life says, I also made my outfit just for the look while getting the best stats too. Well, that's what I'm saying. You can get some pretty solid stats while also making it look really good. That's why I wanted to remake the outfit, because in those first couple streams, we were just going for max stats, and it was fine, but the outfit was real ugly. Let's see if we have a sleeveless Waffenrock. Alright. We have some hoods, too. We've got some nice looking hoods, but I definitely prefer the Waffenrock if we can get a sleeveless one. So, these two might be sleeveless. Those are the only two we've got. Alright, so let's see what we've got. So there's our Peanuts one, yellow and blue though, so that's pretty ugly. And there's the Warhorse one. So we could go back to Warhorse. Then, if we did that, then it would make the most sense to do the red Warhorse Greaves. Mark Zuckerberg says, just 16 viewers. What? Is it 16 viewers? How many people are viewing? I have no idea. For some reason, I've got this great big stream window open on my second monitor that's got a ton of information, but it doesn't tell me how many viewers I have. Which is weird, I guess. But I do have most of it picking up the blue one is sleeveless too? I mean, this one? That one's so ugly, though. Did I have a different one in there? Because I would prefer a blue one. This one here? Didn't look sleeveless. It's not sleeveless. Ew, gross. It covers up my armor. Hate that. So it looks like the Warhorse one it is, which means that we're going to want to lean into the red for our leg armor. But I think that looks pretty solid. So what else do we need? We need jewelry yet. So let me put the rest of the stuff away. Oh, what do we have in here? Oh, for some reason I only have 10 of the piercing bolts equipped. We're going to have to figure that out. Let's put these other Waffenrocks away. Warhorse gauntlets away. Brigandine legs away. Now, let's go down to jewelry. We also have all that stuff that we stole from the, the saddler yesterday before quitting. But anyway, what's our best jewelry we can get? Oh, of course we got the spectacles, and those do give us our speech boost, I believe it was. So I feel like we, not only are those probably our highest charisma, 26, 17, 17, 17, 10, 10. Okay, yeah, so spectacles it is again. And the gemstone ring is probably still our best ring. Yep. So we still have not gotten particularly great jewelry. Music for Life says, the only thing I couldn't do was the glasses. Too ugly for the charisma boost. I don't love them, but I still don't have anything that gets anywhere near that. Plus, since we're playing in hardcore, and it's not just the charisma boost, they also give you, I don't remember if it's a scholarship or a speech boost, but they give you a stat boost that is really useful. Suit of armor does not look too bad. The only thing we've got left that we could pop on is maybe a hood. If we had a red hood that was real decorative, we could maybe do that. Alright, so we got the brocade hood, which has 57 charisma, so that's pretty high. The Master Huntsman's hood would possibly look good. We'll grab a couple of these and we'll see which one looks the best. And then, of course, we still might not do one. We'll just grab all the red options. I guess there was a simple hood option. The good senator says, thanks for your take on Oblivion. I feel so close to how you feel about the remake, and the simple fact is KCD2 has made so many improvements in RPG design since 06. That's the thing. It's, I really like Oblivion. It's, like I said, it's my favorite Elder Scrolls game, and the remake is quite good quality-wise. But I would much rather play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 right now. Okay, so it doesn't look horrible, but unfortunately it removes our upper pauldrons, which I don't love. And I don't think we have any that don't do that, because I think the Noble's hood is the only one that doesn't do that. So, should we do a hood or should we go hoodless? I'm kind of leaning towards hoodless, because I don't like the removal of the upper pauldrons. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning away from the hood. We'll just stick with the Waffenrock. But outside of that, we're going to need to grab some other stuff. So, we now have some quick use pouches. Do I have anything on me? No, I took everything off. So, we'll start with other, because we're going to need some stuff. We have Groschen. I think we realized that we had 20,000 too many Groschen yesterday, so I'm going to leave them in the chest. So we'll take the 19,026 out. Or I guess... There we go. That's close enough. Or did I do that backwards? No, I didn't. 19,000. Okay, so that's what we'll keep on us. We'll take some lockpicks with us. We'll take 15. That feels like enough. We'll take a spade because, you know, never want to be without a spade. We'll take 20 bandages. We'll take 15. 20 seems like overkill. We don't have any good dice sets yet. At least not full ones, but we're definitely building up on dice. See how many we've got so far? And there's all of our extra miscellaneous crap that we've picked up too. But so, that's probably good for that. So now we just need... Okay, we don't have any unread books. We just need our food, so... We do have quite a lot of food. Dried wolf meat doesn't weigh very much. We can take that with us. Because that's light. That should be enough food to carry with us. And then we'll need our savior schnapps. We've got strong. There's 8 for the regular, 2 for the weak. We'll take the regular stuff with us for now. And then we definitely want good marigold decoction. Do I have any Henrys, or is it just strong the best I have? I must not have made Henrys. So, we'll take the strong stuff with us for now. Mark Zuckerberg says, how can you have too many Groshen? Well, because we didn't want the game to feel like we're ridiculously overpowered. What is going on? Why is it doing that? Alright, well I guess that's how I'm going to have to do that. Alright, we have that all equipped. Now let's equip our marigold decoction and our savior schnapps and our quick access. And then should be good to go, right? We're at 128 out of 247 for our carry weight. We've got our 19,000 Groshen on us. We've got our lockpicks. We've got our spade. We've got our bandages. I think we're ready to go. Andre Lewis says, I love the brocade ones, but this is your playthrough. Well, I like how they look, but I don't like how they take the top pauldron off. That's why I typically don't use them when I'm wearing a suit of armor like this. But we've got our charisma up to 24, so... Mark Zuckerberg asked, will you be streaming more Oblivion? It's always possible. I have not quite decided exactly what I want to do, but probably. Shakespeare's buddy says, there's a high charisma ring inside a dead pig in a dry creek bed just north of where the cart to Kuttenberg will be. I think it's high 40s. Okay, we were trying to find that in the last stream. Mark Zuckerberg says, I mean, 20k is still a ton by that time period, so you still feel rich. Well, it's not that I'm worried about having too much Groshen. Obviously, my goal is to have as much as possible. But in the last stream, I think we accidentally, when we lockpicked one of the chests without paying attention, we took 20k Groshen out of one of the trader's chests, and I don't want it on me because it's essentially modded in or whatever. So that's why we didn't want it. This 19k we've earned through looting and selling. Mark Zuckerberg says there's a hood that makes the hoods... There's a mod that makes the hoods not remove the pauldrons. That would definitely be a useful mod that I might look for after the stream. Music for Life says, DTG, for what it's worth, love the fact that you're down to earth. Please keep it that way. I watch too many YouTubers getting a big head, the higher the subscribers. I would rather die than become a cringy YouTuber, like what I believe you're describing, so... No danger there, at least not likely. Alright, where's our horse? There's Pebbles, still rocking our Scallots colors. So, we're going to continue on with the Hermit quest. Invaders could be fun to do today too. We might head up that one as well, but the Hermit. So we have to get the Hermit sword and find out more about the Hermit. So we're going to go to Troskowitz and we're going to talk to Betty. Because hopefully we're going to be getting all of the Crusader armor in this video. I don't want to burn through this quest, because I know how to solve it, but when you do that, you miss out on a bunch of optional side stuff, and this is a quest where I like to do all of the optional side stuff every time. Thank you. Andre Lewis says he agrees with Music for Life. It's very nice. I don't mind a good compliment early in the day. Give me a big head, guys, though. Then I'm going to turn into a douchebag, and that's not what you want. Alright, I believe if I turn through the woods here... Calm down, Pebbles. Plus, we're pretty close to getting Pebbles to 35 kilometers. Let's see where we're at with that. Because I feel like we were pretty dang close. Player... Statistics... General... Distance... Ridden... Yeah, we are almost there. So we should be getting that perk pretty quick. I'm not sure if some of that distance ridden, it probably counts the stuff in the intro tutorial, so it'll probably be a little bit over 35 before we get it, but either way, we should be getting it pretty organically in this stream. How many of you guys out there have done the full Crusaders subplot in this quest?
Quick!
Because if you do it right and you ask Betty the questions and then you go check out the grave and all that sort of stuff, you can get access to the Crusaders of the Red Star and Cross, or whatever they're called. It's a very... I looked into it a little bit because I love learning about crusading knight orders, or knights of crusaders, even though these ones technically never went on crusade. They were still formed as a religious knightly order. Anyway, I did some research into them, and they were very small. Or are. I think they still exist. But not a very large order. Hospitallers they are not. Let's put it that way.
Quick!
Quick. Everything looks so weird. Like, vivid and sharp. Not used to that. Alright, Pebbles.
Whoa.
You wait here. That's alehouse maid. Where's Betty? You're not Betty. Where is she? Is she over here? Ah, there she is, carrying a bucket.
Lord be with you. What do you need?
Adrian says, I wish they were small in stature. You wish who was small in stature?
I need some advice.
You want some advice? Here's some for free. I catch you fighting here again, and I'll spank your bare ass like a brat.
Well, I said I'm sorry.
But the Cumans are still stinking up the place. Down to business. I don't have all day for you, so what do you want?
I promised Radovan the blacksmith I'd go and see Ambrose the hermit in Appalonia.
My God, lad, stay away from them rocks. Ambrose the hermit sold his soul to the devil and won't talk to nobody no more.
Yeah, I heard that as well. But it seems a bit far-fetched.
So why would an evil spirit suddenly start appearing near Appalonia? It's the devil's work, believe you me.
And has anyone sent to the castle for the priest?
Not at all. Bailiff Thrush is keeping it quiet so far. 4 strangers came here yesterday. They sat in the corner there, but once they heard about the apparition, they started to take a big interest.
What strangers?
They looked like monks, only they had daggers concealed under their robes. I saw them clearly. I'm telling you, there's something fishy going on around Ambrose.
But I have to speak to him.
Didn't you hear what I said? He doesn't speak to nobody. He hides away in his hut and sends everyone away. I'd think long and hard before doing anything if I was you. Because this reeks of hell.
I'd like to ask you about that hermit in...
Go on.
Where did these peculiar monks come from?
Hard to say, but they rode in on well-fed horses.
Monks on horseback? That's definitely odd.
Well, Bashka the Butcher says they came from the bishop about that diabolical apparition. In short, the Inquisition.
Who's this hermit fella, anyway?
No one knows. He settled in the rocks a few years back. Folk used to go to him for various healing ointments or advice.
And what has he got to do with this apparition?
Well, he was at death's door recently, bedridden, and then suddenly he's got his health back. Just like that. And he's like a different man since then. He sends everyone who goes to see him packing. Mark my words. He sold his soul to the devil to get better. And the devil sometimes comes here on the prowl for unwary souls.
How do I get to the hermit?
You're asking for trouble, lad. But all right, if you insist, you go through Appalonia, along the path below the rocks, till you reach the point where it crosses the stream. And from there, you take the path uphill to the left, leading into the rocks.
What do you know about this apparition?
Stannislov, the herds boy. He comes running into the village that night, all terrified, saying he'd seen a rider from hell in Appalonia. And the very next night, it appeared in the rocks below the road to Tahov. There's this conciliatory stone cross there, And the next day, it was at a funny angle. There's some devilry in it for sure.
And it was the herdsboy who saw it by the cross, or someone else?
The apothecary's wife, Gerta. Ask her yourself. She's not been herself ever since, poor woman.
Where can I find the herdsboy?
Stannislov has a sheep pen in the meadow beyond the Troskovitz graveyard, right above the big crossroads outside Appalonia.
Whew. That was a long conversation, but we got the information we needed, so we can talk. Since we're in town here, we can start with talking, even though I know where the cross is. We'll talk to, what's her name? The apothecary's wife. Seeing some people with some bugs in the comment. So, the Angry Danimal, he said, am I the only one having some problems after the transition to the second map? I'm playing unmodded, and every time I go to save, my game just crashes. I haven't had that problem. I've heard of some people having that problem after the first major update they released for the game. Definitely, if you're playing on PC, definitely verify the integrity of your game files. That's always a good place to start if you're having crash problems. If you had mods, that would be the first place I'd start, but if you're playing unmodded, I genuinely don't know. It's possible that it is, since it's a well-known bug. There will be some official support at some point. Warhorse is usually pretty good about that. But, let's see what Gerta has to say.
I'd like to ask you about something.
No, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Go away, please.
Wait, Gerda. I didn't come to mock you. On the contrary, I want to help you.
Really?
I believe you really did see something. But I want to know what it really was.
So, what do you want me to tell you?
You know what? I forgot to have fox potions. That's the other thing I should have taken out, so I could be getting extra XP for all this speech.
Relax.
I kind of feel stupid for forgetting that now.
Have a think, and then tell me what happened with the apparition.
It was the day before yesterday. I was picking marshmallow roots above the rocks. It grows by the cross there, near the big dry tree not far from the road to Tachov. I didn't get home till after dark when I suddenly realized I didn't have my knife.
So you went back to the cross?
God have mercy. He hopped up right out of the ground in front of me. He was all in black and he was grinding his teeth. I started to scream. There was something glinting in the dark and this clanking sound, and I just turned and scarpered.
That's all?
At one point I turned around and I saw a dark shadow darting across the field. Proper flying along it was, like the devil, and heading straight to Appalonia.
Don't worry, Gerda. Nobody's gonna make fun of you anymore. I'll find out what it was all about and what you really saw there.
What do you think happened?
I don't know yet, but you needn't fear. Everything will get cleared up soon.
Thank you. By all the saints, thank you. But please, come and tell me how it turned out. I'll make it worth your while.
Alright, KCD2 fan asks, hey, will you livestream Oblivion Remastered? I livestreamed it once already.
I really did see something. That cross hides a secret.
I livestreamed it yesterday. Alright, let me double check so I don't just go off memory and go to the wrong spot. So, okay, well there's the cross. They've got the marker for it. So, I'm right here. I'm just going to go across the field and I'll be right there. That's what I thought. That's where I was going to go, but I wanted to double check because I've been getting lost in hardcore a lot more than I did in regular.
Go.
I guess I should check, which side of that was it on? So, camp thing. Wasn't there a... Where's the marker for that weird thing? This thing. Did I go to the right spot?
Whoa, whoa.
Where are we? Ah, we're way too high. That's the old idols. We gotta go down. Okay. See, that's why I knew I was gonna get confused. Does drinking Sigismund's wine do anything special, or is it just a regular alcoholic beverage? I sold it on my first playthrough. As far as I know, it's just a regular alcoholic beverage. Ah, yes, this looks more appropriate. I remember the rocks.
Whoa!
I think it was this way. Yes, this path seems familiar. Hey, we leveled up survival. Here's the poacher's hideout. None of that looks particularly useful. So the cross will be down here. Ah, there we go.
The Conciliatory Cross.
Conciliatory? It's
An old
conciliatory.
memorial of some unfortunate event. This is where Gerta saw the apparition.
Bring it on, wolf. Come on. Got him. Yeah, you too, buddy. KCD2 fan said, "Oh, sorry I missed the live stream." I mean, you can always watch it. It's on the channel. Adrian says, "I always forget that everyone in 1403 had 2 helpings of the Kool-Aid, lol." Mark Zuckerberg says, "Really wish they would add a secret perk for drinking that wine." I mean, that would be cool. Or at least maybe like a dialogue option where later Henry can mention it to someone. So, Music for Life asked if it's bugging for everyone. So far, I haven't experienced anything. I had one crash go on, but after I verified the integrity of the game files and relaunched the game, it didn't happen again, so. Vaughan says, "Yeah, if you say you'll keep Henry even says he'd love to drink it while watching a sunset near Sedlitz
Someone was
Monastery."
digging here recently. It doesn't look like an apparition, Gerta.
Nope, it looks like Crusaders of the Red Star, Waffenrock. And a Crusader cloak.
He didn't take either the coin or the books. So it wasn't a thief.
I wish we could rebury graves after we dug them up. I feel like that would be a good quality of life change. But we're got to do some reading, so let's start with the old letter about the Order's commander. "Brother Ambrose, I know something that should interest you. I know who started the fire at St. Francis Almshouse and why. They want the Grand Master removed too. Meet me tonight at the appointed place. The Dominicans from the Inquisition suspect me, and the bishop won't help us anymore. Don't trust anyone." Interesting. Let's see Seneschal Ambrose's decree. Oh, yes. Nos exsumos omnibus, bonis in Christo fraterbus, collegium duodecim ordinis militaris crucigerorum cum rubia stella. Ah, yes. Latin, my favorite. Of the year of the Lord 1382, we make it known to all before God that Brother Ambrose of Prague has fulfilled his vows of order and mastery, and has attained considerable renown and skill in his work. As well as having attained due wisdom in his age, we hereby place in the hands of Brother Ambrose of Prague all the duties and dignity of the office of Seneschal of the Order of the Order, and swear allegiance to him before God our brother, is further dispensed from the hospital services, and is charged with the care of appointing honest correctors of the courts and confirming suitable preceptors of castles, hospitals, and other residences of the order. For his own use and that of his office, apart from the ordinary customs, our elder brother Ambrose is given 2 good riding horses and 1 each for his knight and chaplain. He is also to have the service of 1 archer and 2 squires in armor, as well as 2 servants under saddle. Oh, fancy. He's got all of the appointments. And finally, the Chronicle of the Knights of the Cross. Vagan Macarian says, "Reburying the graves also feels like a no-brainer part of roleplay, right? Especially when you dig up one and it's actually got a skeleton in it. There definitely should be an option to rebury it." Weatherman said, "Yes, but eventually I would be digging and filling the same grave as I keep forgetting I've been there." Yeah, I guess that's possible. Whoopsie doodle. Wolves are back. Where are you at, buddy? Are you hiding in the grass? Careful, wolf. Don't be too bold. Was there only one? I thought I heard 2. Yes, after we do this, we're definitely going to have to ride over to Takov and grab ourselves some fox, because I'm missing out on all this sweet, sweet XP. Well, I'm getting some XP, but not as much as I could be getting. All right, let's read our last book. Oh, boy. The history of the rise and fall of the noble and honorable order of the Knights of the Cross. Thank God in Christ that he has been pleased to guide my hand and bless me in the unworthy thing which I have, perhaps only presumed to do, out of insolent pride. I give attention to work where others cannot, to record what is not to be forgotten. Concordia res parva crescunt, discordia res maxima dilabuntur. About the founding of the Knights of the Cross. There have always been many foreign religious orders in the Kingdom of Bohemia, but none of them have ever come from our roots. The blessed daughter of Premisil Agnes of Bohemia, seeing the misery and suffering of her subjects who, plagued by sickness and wounds, had nowhere to turn, founded in the year 1233, at her nunnery, the humble hospital, Brotherhood of St. Francis. By the grace of God, unity and devotion to helping their fellow man, the brothers soon achieved renown, so that after only 2 years, the Brotherhood moved to the Church of St. Peter under the old town of Vyšehrad in Prague. Many clerics and priests now come with an interest in joining the order, which was not even a real order yet. In the year of the Lord 1237, through the intercession of the Blessed Agnes of Bohemia, Pope Gregory IX himself took the Hospitallers under his protection, so that no foreign power could harm them, and they would have to confess to him and to God alone. The bull Omnipotens Deus established the Brotherhood as the Knights of the Cross. How long is this book? Lexi1397 says, Mockhold, the bees are back. That's good to know. Mark Zuckerberg says, am I the only one who hates that they still kept the perfect block for animals and during clinches as well as during stealth knockouts? Well, it probably would have been, since those are timing-based events, without them. I mean, the one with the wolves you could figure out, but like, the ones for knockouts and especially during clinches, since sometimes you're supposed to block, sometimes you're supposed to strike during the clinches, it would probably be pretty hard to actually know which one you're supposed to do. Darius Brewster says, do you guys like the Red Star Waffenrocks you get? I like them, but obviously I would like more variety. I don't know that I want to read all of this. Feels like a fairly long book. And it had a blank page. Alright, let's go get ourselves a fox potion. Now that we got that first step in the investigation out of the way. Through one of these guys, I don't think it was that first one that we just got. No, it's not. One of the Waffenrocks you can get is one of my favorite Waffenrocks in the game. It's the one with the silver decorations on the bottom fringe and it's sleeveless. So once we get that, we'll definitely be rocking that instead of the Warhorse one. Because it looks so good. Music for Life says, you're feeling on doing another hardcore play, but only using pole arms. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That would definitely be real annoying. Especially considering I don't think in this playthrough I've used them very much at all. If at all. I don't remember. You know, we've already been... This stream has probably... Not this one that we're actively doing, but this live stream series so far has probably already been like 12 plus hours. Well, I mean, no, we've been doing 5 hours each time, so we are over 15 hours into the stream so far. So, time flies when you're having fun, I suppose. Alright, let's wash ourselves off, because we got dirty. There we go. Was there a drying rack in this town? I feel like there is. We're in Takov. Yes, we just have to go up to... Oh yeah, that's right. Up by the tavern, we can use that one.
Are you sure you don't want me to fit out your
Or
entire
up in the tavern, I mean.
It happens.
Yeah, get out of the way. That way we can try that wolf meat right away. Ash Ketchum says, worst call it all. Using heavy weapons in hardcore mode. Darius Brewster says, have you given any thought on if you want to do another Oblivion livestream? Like I said, I still might. What I'm more likely to do is play it a lot in my spare time, and then I might make some videos. And once I get real comfortable with it again, maybe live stream it. Because it's just been so long since I've played it that I don't remember anything about the game. Alright, let's grab... And I feel like when I'm doing that, it's so hard for me to not just focus on the... I came here for Fox. Henry's Fox, there it is, to focus on the game itself because I'm trying to remember how to do it. Whereas with KCD, even in hardcore mode, I'm familiar enough with the game at this point that I can talk to you guys and engage in everything without it distracting me to the point where I'm doing horrible at the game. Or at least I hope that's the case. Mark Zuckerberg says, do you plan to do more armor guides since they don't get much views and most of your subs come from community posts? I don't think most of my subs come from community posts. I was working on an armor guide this morning. In fact, I will probably be releasing it on Saturday or Sunday. I haven't decided yet. I still do the videos. You gotta remember, I've been releasing on this channel for a long time, and I've always made videos that didn't always get lots of views. I don't really chase the views. So, who do I still have to talk to in the village? Get the Hermit's sword, find out more about the Hermit. Find the truth about the devil, optional. Talk to the village, optional. Talk to the witness, Stannislov. Well, we can ride back to Troskovitz and see about that. But yes, I have an armor guide I was working on this morning that, like I said, I'll probably edit maybe after the stream or something like that, and then I'll be releasing that sometime this weekend probably, since I will be streaming, or at least I'm planning on streaming again on Friday. Music for Life says, armor and weapon guides are the reason I found ETG. Talk to Betty first? Alright, I'll talk to Betty first. I mean, I did talk to Betty once already, but I'll do it again.
Go.
Any moment now, I'm expecting us to level up Pebbles and to suddenly be riding one of the best horses in the game.
Go.
Alright, there's the butcher. Well, we took the long way to get into town, but I want to find the best approach path to take instinctually so that I come up right to the back of the tavern. Because I either always come up on the other side of the rat house or on the north side of town. Oh, that was a weird way to get off the horse. Alright, so you said talk to Betty first. There she is. Okay, so I already talked to her once. Light plate armor guide? I have not done a light plate armor guide yet. Well, we could go talk to the, well, the Herds Boy was one. That was one that we were recommended to by Betty initially, so that's probably who we should talk to next. And she said he lived in a hut past the graveyard. Apple orchard. Probably this hut over here. Thus the witness Stannislov thing by it. I talked to Gerta before we went to the grave. I have to talk to her again after I find out for sure what happened, but I don't think we've actually found that out yet. I keep losing my voice. It's not ideal. That's a good thing that we're doing a mission here where I can mute the mic while I'm listening to the dialogue, so I can take a drink, clear my throat, cough if I need to, because I got a bug that just does not seem to want to let me go. I was out last night trying to burn a bunch of wet wood in my yard because I'm trying to clean out my yard for my daughter's party this weekend. Especially the fire pit, because I'll be cooking jambalaya over the fire. The wood I was trying to burn because I lost some branches out of one of my white pine trees. And it's so wet and it won't stop raining. So I think I might have gotten a little bit more sick again last night being out trying to do that. But let's see what Stannislov can tell us.
Greetings. What do you want? I hear you saw some diabolical apparition. Is that true?
Was it the bailiff who sent you? Or old Croper?
No. I want to go to Appalonia to see Ambrose, the hermit. I've heard talk he's somehow linked to that apparition. So I need to know what you saw that night.
Why'd you want to know? Forget that shit, pal. It reeks of fire and brimstone.
Do you want to roast in hell and choke on sulfur?
But I didn't do anything.
And who did the devil appear to, eh? Speak, sinner. How was it?
All right. I'll gladly help you. Just stop with that. What did you want to know?
What exactly did you see that night at the crossroads?
A diabolical apparition. A black rider on a black horse flew into Appalonia. His eyes glowed, and his horse was black as charcoal. He turned this way and that a couple of times at the crossroads, and then darted off into the rocks. To the hermit's place, I'm sure.
He turned this way and that. That's strange. Would the devil not know the way?
I'm telling the truth. Gerta from the apothecary saw him too.
But the hermit helps people though, doesn't he?
Aye, he did. Only now they're saying he was at death's door and sold his soul to the devil. And that was the horseman.
Why? Why would the old man have sold his soul to the devil and then kept living as a pauper in his hut?
Who knows what's going on in them rocks? Some devilish trickery for sure. Take care for now.
Wild World says, in my playthrough, I didn't even know where to find the Crusaders, so I just went to the Hermit's hut and choked him out. In my first playthrough, I did the full investigation, and so I had the full experience. In my second playthrough, I knew where to find him and knew where to find the sword and everything, so I just went there and did it, but I missed out on the whole quest.
The trail leads into the rocks.
So I didn't want to do that again, so we're doing the full investigation here. JH says, that's some passive-aggressive manipulation, lol. I figured since the skill check was higher, I'd get more speech XP for going through that one. Maybe I took the wrong route, but it was also, I liked that one. It was a good skill check. I liked that. Music for Life says, DTG, so Wisconsin, meaning Packers fan? As far as I'm a football fan at all anymore, I kind of stopped watching the NFL years ago. They lost me with all of their political gesturing, and also the fact that ever since the Vegas betting became a thing, it seems like the games just switch on a dime depending on who they want to win. So yeah, I have not been hardcore into the NFL at all, but if I watch any football nowadays, yeah, it's the Packers. I used to be a much bigger fan. I used to watch football all the time, certainly every Packers game, but also I was a big fan of the Colts. I used to watch a lot, but not so much anymore. A Hans Kapan armor guide from the very first training tool would be amazing to see. I've been considering Hans Kapan, but the thing is, I'd probably do it like I did the Henry one, where I do like the 3 outfits or the 3 suits of armor that he wears throughout the game, because I like doing it that way. But yes, I have been considering that one as well. Darius Brewster said, Mark Zuckerberg, when did they update it? Is it still better than the old hidden perk you get with the other horse? I have not noticed a change, but then again, ever since the update, I have not ridden Pebbles until this playthrough, so don't have that. So I could go back to Troskovitz, but I don't think I need to. I think I'm going to go into Appalonia, and I'll check out H first. So I'm right here for now, so if I go straight to this road, ride down, and take the first one in, it'll take me on the long path through Appalonia. So that is what I shall do. There's the road. And our big road should be coming up here. I'm going to go ahead and assume it's this road. Not 100% certain, though. I don't typically follow roads in Appalonia, so that's definitely something that's different for me for hardcore mode. Is it even possible to have good rep in Appalonia? Why, do I? No, I don't have good reputation in Appalonia. In fact, it looks quite bad. I don't know if it's possible, but this is usually what mine looks like. But typically, there's only bandits and stuff in this area, and I typically only come to kill them. I mean, maybe I can get a good reputation with the Hermit here. Oh, we got some miscreants on the road.
Whoa.
I should kill some enemies from horseback. That was a solid back shot, giggity. Dang, that guy got caught on a stick. My bolt would have hit him if it... Did that guy die? Oh no, he just stopped. Good, I hit him. They both should be severely damaged now. Oh, I think I hit his shield that time. I love how much slower they go once you've got them with a good bolt shot. See, people always ask, why would you use a shield? It makes it way harder to shoot you. Ah! I did not ride away in time. There we go, that time I did. You see that sick endo I did there? Alright. Wow, he is not dying. Oh, I dodged too fast.
No. Mercy! Leave me be! Let me live!
No witness is a good witness.
Give me everything you have, and I'll let you go. Alright. Easy now.
How did I lose reputation? The other option was killing him. Yeah, you run away naked. Okay, that felt a little dishonorable. I didn't feel great about that decision, but I gotta stick with it. What did this guy have on him? Ooh, got an unbalanced eye. That's always fun. Alright. Josh the man says, nice shooting. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna have to put some stuff on the old horseback. Now we're good to go again. Alright, we'll explore some more Appalonia. Oh wait, have we already reached? Alright, I guess we'll go towards this. Bogdan Lynette Orlo says how a morally gray playthrough will work out in this game. I don't know. I've been being a little bit of a miscreant so far. There's our black horse. Or not ours, but the one that we've heard so much about.
A horse?
That's a good looking horse.
What's it doing here in the woods? I should take a closer look.
Well, the frown face is justified now. Yeah, now I could see why they don't like me in Appalonia. I robbed that guy blind after killing his buddy. Then I told him if he gave me all his stuff, I'd let him go, and then I stabbed him in the back. That's not really morally gray so much as it's straight up villainous. Hey, buddy. You got a key there? Thank you. Let's see what else is going on. Okay, can't go in through that door. Wow, the bushes are a little bit thick here. Someone needs to call the groundskeeper. How am I... Well, I got a key. That's got to mean something. I like how they just built the fence one higher, so Henry's like, what? I can't get in there now! Maybe I have to... Let me in. Oh, this one looks lower. There we go.
A beautiful horse.
Hey, its name is Vranik.
Black as charcoal. The herds boy wasn't lying. And you don't smell of brimstone. You're just an ordinary horse. Someone really did come to see the hermit. But it wasn't the devil.
Well, I would say Pebbles is already a better horse than Vranik, so I'm not going to take Vranik, even though you're a good-looking boy, aren't you? Or maybe girl, I don't know. Can we tell? Looks like maybe a boy. Alright, let's see what we got inside the hut. Come on, let me over this post. Alright. Got some Groshen. Otherwise, nothing else particularly impressive in there. That was a scary noise. Did that come from this horse? No, that was a boar. Alright. Did we... Okay, that was the full investigation here. So now we just got to go up to the hermits. Guess I should see... based on where that was. Alright, so that's where we were. So we're probably pretty close to it anyway. Maybe I don't have to get back on my horse. Ruin in the rocks. The well. So I bet you the ruin in the rocks is that way, so let's just go this way. Molly Bug says crude. What's crude? Well, I know what that is. I'm not going to get involved in that at the moment. Take that, wolf. There's the cross. Checking for the horse pennants. I mean, you know, how else do you tell with a horse? I'm not a horse expert. No Red Dead Redemption 2 visuals on the horse. That was one of the things that was a super impressive, but probably really unnecessary detail that they added into that game. Horse pizzle. Hello? This porridge is too hot. Let's clean ourselves up so we look somewhat respectable. Asket's horse scope. Okay, you're banned. Alright, let's see what the hermit says.
God be with you, hermit.
I don't have time for you. Go away.
Folk in the village are saying you've made a miraculous recovery. And since then, you won't let anyone near you. What happened?
Nothing happened. I just can't stand all these people coming here and disturbing me. Can't I have a moment's peace?
No, you may not.
Judging by what I've heard about you, you're a bit fishy, hermit.
What do you mean?
Well, there's a lot of talk about you in the village. They say you've made a pact with the devil, and are summoning demons from hell.
Old wives' tales. What do I care about such nonsense?
Well, but supposing it isn't nonsense.
Of course it is.
The apparition was seen by the Conciliatory Cross at night.
Old wives' tales.
I went to take a look, and it really is askew. But it wasn't magic that Hellspawn was wielding. It was a shovel. There was a hiding place beneath the cross. And the man digging there at night didn't have time to put the cross back in the right position.
By all the saints! So someone was digging there. What has that to do with me?
There was a brand new cloak of the Knights of the Cross in the hiding place. It's clear that the man doing the digging hid it there, maybe to cover up who he really is. And what he's planning.
I still don't know what you want from me. What have I got to do with some cloak?
The man who took things from the hiding place can't have been some chance thief, because he left a purse full of coin there.
So keep the groschen, lad, and stop pestering me. It's nothing to do with me.
I found some pretty interesting documents of the Order.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I reckon you do, Ambrose. According to one of the documents, you were appointed Seneschal of the Knights of the Cross with the Red Star. Or are you going to tell me it was some other Ambrose?
I'm not going to tell you anything. I don't know anything about any documents.
A few nights ago, a herdsboy saw a black horseman ride into Appalonia. He thought it was an apparition, but I think a demon would have known the road to Appalonia and wouldn't have spun round and round at the crossroads like a top.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I found a black horse stabled in a pen here, in the woods below the rocks. A well-fed, healthy horse, black as charcoal. The man who rode on it wasn't an apparition, or the devil.
Why are you telling me all this? For God's sake! Stop this nonsense right now.
That's enough. I think there are enough fishy things going on around you for me to tell the bailiff, but you're in luck. All I'm after is that broken sword. So, come clean.
You're wide of the mark. But in the end, maybe you could help me.
What do you want help with, Ambrose?
I'm not Ambrose. He died some time ago. I am Conrad, Knight of the Cross with the Red Star.
Ambrose is dead, you say? How did it happen?
He was an old man. Unfortunately, he was already at death's door when I found him.
And you had nothing to do with his death?
Of course not. Ambrose was my friend. I'd known him for 20 years. He was a good member of the Order, and an outstanding teacher.
Ambrose was a member of your order.
More than a member. He was the seneschal, second in rank only to the Grand Master. He served the order for many years before getting into a dispute with the Prague chapter and the Inquisition. Then he had to disappear. I was the only one to know where to look for him. But I came too late. All he managed to tell me was his last wish.
What was his last wish?
He wanted me to find a hiding place beneath the Conciliatory Cross where he'd hidden his past. He sensed that death was coming for him. He wanted me to help settle his affairs. And he also longed to hold his old sword in his hands one last time. I went to his hiding place that very night. But by the time I got back, Ambrose was dead. I put the blade on his grave in place of a cross.
What are you doing in the hermit's hut then?
In Prague, I got into a serious dispute. Ambrose was the only person who could help me. That's why I came to see him.
I'm guessing that the diabolical horseman scaring people around these parts was you.
That was not my intention, believe me.
So the sword is on Ambrose's grave. Will you tell me where I can find it?
You want to disturb his rest?
I just want the sword, that's all. It's no use to him now.
All right. I'll tell you where his grave is if you fulfill Ambrose's last wish instead of me. I can't do it.
All right. What am I supposed to do?
Listen carefully, then. There's an old widow called Margaret living in the village. Take this cross to her and say to her exactly these words. Margaret, Ambrose forgives you, but his brother must get what is rightfully his.
Margaret, Ambrose forgives you, but his brother must get what is rightfully his.
That's right.
I hope she'll know what this is about.
Don't worry, she will. Give her the cross, and I'll tell you where you can find the sword. Benedictio Domini sit tecum.
All right. So now we just have to bring a widow across. How hard could that be? Andre Lewis says steal his horse and sell it. That's one thing we could do. I know where the grave is, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to see the mission out to the end because Adrian MX says he did not experience this mission. So we're going to give you the full experience in this playthrough. That's why I've been letting the dialogue options all play out, is because I figure we've gotten far enough into the game that there are going to be things that some people have not seen. Alright, let's go find Margaret. I assume by the village he means Troskovitz, but let's double check. Oh. Down at the cemetery. Okay. Well, we should be around here, so we're going to turn and ride along the field. QZY says, no Oblivion today? Nope, we're back to playing KCD2, my hardcore stream. Like I said in the Oblivion stream, it was all I was thinking about the whole time I was streaming Oblivion anyway, so clearly I have a preference between the two. Like I was saying earlier when someone asked about it, I plan to play a bunch of it to get myself more comfortable with it again, and if I get to the point where, you know, I actually feel like streaming it then I might stream it again. Fredster says, I missed the Oblivion stream. How was it? I like it. Like I said before, Oblivion was probably my favorite Elder Scrolls game, and the remaster is one of the better remasters I've ever tried. They did a good job of, yes, it looks way better. The graphical improvement is massive, but also they've updated a lot of the game systems to make it feel a lot more modern. So if you're a fan of Oblivion and haven't played it for a long time, or you are a fan of open-world medieval fantasy-type games and have never played it, I would probably recommend it wholeheartedly. That's the butcher. I saw it from a distance and thought it was a cemetery, but this is the cemetery. Adrian says, oh, did you meet the old hermit in this playthrough? I missed the first and half of the second stream. This is our first time experiencing any of the hermit stuff. This must be Margaret.
Jesus Christ be praised.
This might seem strange, but I'm supposed to give you this.
A cross? Mother of God. What's the meaning of this?
Margaret, Ambrose forgives you, but his brother must get what he deserves.
Ambrose? The hermit?
It was his wish that I give you the cross and the message. He said you'd know what it's about.
Oh my God! By all that's holy, it couldn't possibly be him. All those years, I'd lost hope. I never forgave myself. I committed a mortal sin.
Well, I don't know what you did. But this is supposed to be your absolution.
No, there's no absolution. Not yet. You said it yourself. Not until Ambrose's brother gets what he deserves. The bones. They still lie there outside the wall. Help me. His soul must find peace.
All right. I'll help you. But you'll have to tell me more.
Thank you, lad. It's a curse. I've never told anyone about it. And it's a good thing you caught me here. At the graveyard.
What does the graveyard have to do with absolution?
Hold on. Not so fast. I'll tell you everything. First, tell me... Are you afraid of the dead?
The dead should rest in peace. Even if they aren't in consecrated ground.
You're right, lad. But sometimes there's no choice but to disturb them. You see, one poor soul is waiting for redemption. For years and years.
Ah, I get it now. Ambrose's brother has to get what he deserves. This is about the soul of Ambrose's brother.
His name was Jan. He lies outside the graveyard wall, buried without rites. He's been there for 30 years.
Why doesn't he have a proper grave?
Because suicides can't enter the kingdom of heaven. They have to be buried outside the walls, like the unclean. The worst thing about it is that Jan didn't kill himself. He didn't deserve such a dishonorable burial, and it's my fault. I said nothing.
What happened to him?
The memories are painful. We were childhood friends, and Jan loved me. Only, I chose his friend Vashek over him. He couldn't get over the rejection. So he lay in wait for Vashek one evening.
And Vashek killed him?
It was an accident. They quarrelled. Jan drew his sword first, and Vashek had to defend himself. Apparently, they got close to the cliff edge while they were fighting, and Jan fell. When they found his body at the bottom of the cliff, people thought he'd killed himself. The only one who didn't believe it was Jan's brother.
Ah, the Conciliatory Cross where they saw the apparition. That's to commemorate Jan.
His brother Ambrose had it built there. And those diabolical apparitions. It's my fault for saying nothing. God is punishing me for my sins.
Nonsense. God wouldn't use a diabolical apparition to scare you, would he? And what's more, Ambrose forgave you, didn't he?
Only on the condition that Jan's bones will be laid to rest in consecrated ground. Help me lay him to rest in a proper grave, please.
But without telling the priest and gravedigger. Isn't that sacrilege?
That's the only way we can put right a terrible mistake. Jan didn't kill himself.
All right. We'll give him a proper burial. Jan's soul has the right to eternal rest.
Thank you. The Lord will pay you back 100-fold. There's a rose bush outside the graveyard wall. You'll find his bones beneath it. Please bury him beside my Vashek. Here, beneath the pine tree. In that way they'll be reconciled at least in death. Then place Ambrose's cross on his grave to bless their reconciliation. Take care then, and have a pleasant evening.
All right. Simple enough. Let's find ourselves a rose bush. Andre Lewis says these streams are pretty cool. Thank you. Haven't seen a rose bush yet. Unless I walked past it, but I don't think I did. Maybe I was looking too close to the wall? Oh, that was just dandelions. I was like, oh, is it there? Where the heck is this rose bush I'm supposed to find? That kind of looks like a rose bush. Maybe I gotta go in these trees? What did that one say? Nettle. It's not right here? Aha! There's a rose bush. Pluck the flowers. Rob the grave. Warm. Warmer. Hot! Right, let's take them old bones, baby. And I have to bury it next to the pine tree inside. Dang it. I always think I'm going to be able to get over that wall, but then I never can. I don't know if it's really robbing the grave. There we go.
Your journey ends here, Jan. I don't know what you have on your conscience. But rest in peace. I don't know much about prayer in these situations, but... Our Father, there are many sinners in this world, but in the end, we all face your judgment. For what we should have done, but lacked the courage to do. So forgive me this little sacrilege. You know better than anyone that it was the right thing to do. Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven, and deliver us from evil. Amen.
And there we go. We've done that, so now all we gotta do is talk to the widow, whatever her name was. Gerta? No, Gerta was the wife of the apothecary. Hello, gravedigger Ignatius.
What brings you here? You've no business here.
Yeah. I'm looking for the woman. Where's she at? What? Why is she in town?
Quick!
She just figured this was the time to go buy some meat or something?
Whoa! Ambrose's brother Jan got what he deserved. Just as the hermit wanted.
I saw that. May his soul find peace at last.
And yours too, Margaret.
30 years. I thought about it every day.
It's all right now. You did the right thing. Everything else is beyond the law of man.
I'd like to reward you somehow.
I expect you wouldn't want anyone to hear about all this, right?
Well, if you... Will you keep it to yourself?
All right. I'll accept the coin, and that'll be the end of it.
Thank you again for your help. God be with you, Henry.
Hey, we improved stealth.
Take care, and have a pleasant...
Alright. Oh, I don't have any soap. I knew there was more stuff I should have taken out of the chest. That's okay. Now we just gotta ride back to the hermit. So let's plan our path. We're by the butcher. If we shoot up towards the castle until we get to the herb garden, yeah, that's what we'll do. It's getting dark already.
Go!
Here's the bench beneath Trotsky. With the hobbit holes.
Quick! 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 Gah! Whoa!
Alright, it's time, boys. Make sure we save the game first. Also gonna load my crossbow before going into it.
Hey, fella! Listen, we need
He's the
help.
one with the Waffenrock that I like.
What happened?
If you're going to see the hermit, be warned. The man in the hut is just pretending to be the hermit. His name is Conrad, and he's a fraud and a murderer. The Inquisition paid him to murder our Grandmaster Zdeněk in Prague. Fortunately, God did not let him carry out the crime. But 2 of our brothers were killed by Conrad when they tried to detain him.
And I see a third one will soon join them.
He was just about to flee from here as well. We took him by surprise, but he had time to grab that damned crossbow and shoot Klesgen. By the Virgin Mary, help us. We have to catch him.
You're a knight of an order?
Yes. I am Brother Arnold, a knight of the cross with the red star. And these are brothers Sibald and Nicholas. You are too late to make the acquaintance of Brother Klesgen, I'm afraid. We take care of the sick in infirmaries throughout the land. But we can't help our brother. You have to help us, while there's still time.
Did Conrad really want to flee?
Yes. We stopped him at the last moment. He almost got away, but we surrounded him.
Why should I get mixed up in it?
I'll pay you. We just need to distract Conrad's attention, that's all. Otherwise, we won't have a chance against his crossbow in that gorge.
This is your business. I'm not gonna get mixed up in it.
Mary, Mother of God. You must be in league with him. Of course. Why else would you be here? Damn it! I should have known.
You think you can threaten me? I won't put up with that. I'm not afraid of you.
You're making a fatal mistake, youngster.
I'll catch you! Weapon! Christ almighty!
Took care of that one.
I'll shoot your head off!
Will you? Hey, pal. I guess I'll talk to him after I've looted all of this armor. It's not that I don't empathize with their cause, it's that I want their unique armor. Hopefully some of it that we get isn't just level 2, because that'd be mega lame. Oh, so you double cross him, eh? Not me, I'm too honorable for that. Because Weatherman said, does anything interesting happen if you side with these guys? And he said, oh, I always say, okay, I'll help, then talk to Conrad and join him to fight the knights. Let's see what Conrad says. He didn't even have to fight. I killed all of them. On the bright side, I think he will willingly tell me where the grave is now, even though I already know where it is. He just went to bed? That is hilarious.
Damn it. What was that all about?
I think I owe you an explanation.
Yeah, you're right. Let's hear it then.
And what is it you want to hear from me?
Why were they trying to kill you?
I had proof that our Grand Master's Denyak had betrayed the Order and was conspiring with the Prague chapter. But it was turned against me. Damned Inquisition. First they chased out Ambrose, and now me.
Where can I find Ambrose's broken sword?
It's not far. At the edge of the meadow up there are 2 entangled birch trees. There's a grave beneath them, and the sword is on the grave.
That's all I need to know.
And that's an end to it. This is in return for your silence.
Thank you. I won't say a word. Don't worry.
Farewell, friend. Go with God. Benedictio Domini sit tecum.
Weatherman said, Henry is very easily persuaded. Help me! Okay. No, help me! Okay. Yeah, he's basically, you son of a bitch, I'm in. Alright, let's, before we leave, make sure we get everything we need. That was close. Leveled up our, thievery, though. There we go. You can reach into your victim's front pouch. Oh yeah, definitely want to be inconspicuous. And we leveled up swords. Wind, short sword, cause bleeding attack. Saber, cleaver, you know how to make good use of this. Fight with a one-handed sword, precise strikes. Alright, now let's also... Okay, there's all of his stuff. Dang, it's also low level. Andre Lewis said steal his armor too. Don't worry, buddy. We're definitely going to do that. Get his pants too. There. I'm not going to kill him, though. He can continue to live his life peacefully. Got that even die. Ha! Apparently I gotta put this sack somewhere. Where am I supposed to put this sack? In his latrine, maybe? This is weird. Guess I'm just gonna put it down on the ground over here. Maybe I was supposed to put it somewhere in his shack. I guess that would make more sense. I wonder if he's gonna be upset that I knocked him out or if he's not gonna know. Because he was asleep. And I passed the thing or whatever, so... Realistically speaking, he shouldn't know it was me. Alright, he can have that sack of supplies. Alright, let's see if we got anything useful out of that whole ordeal. Alright, so books. We got Breviarium Minorum Romanum. Actually, we got 2 of Romanum. Well, let's read Minorum. I mean, not actually going to read it, I just want the XP. Alright, so it does not appear that we got anything level 3. Oh, man, that's unfortunate. We got some scapulars, though, so that's nice. We need some soap. We are dirty and we need to get washed. I will be keeping the Waffenrocks of the Red Star that I enjoy. The sleeveless ones with the silver trim. And it will be our one exception to our level 3 rule. Because I love the way they look. Well, I shouldn't say one exception, because there's lots of unique items in the game that a lot of times when you get them, they're level 2, so... Did he get his diary? I took everything in his house. I think the diary is in the grave, isn't it? The one that you're talking about? Well, let's go up and find the grave. Feel like we're gonna max out our strength doing this last little over-encumbered run that we're working on. I feel like they should scale the quality of armor that a person has or gives you based on what you're wearing at the time where you get it. So, like, if I'm already wearing a full level 3 suit of armor that's got good stats, when we take out those knights there, they shouldn't all be wearing garbage. Shakespeare's buddy says, on the floor under the sacks. Oh! Okay, well, I'll have to go back. We're already up to the grave, so we'll take care of the grave first. There's the sword.
Now that's what I call steel. It may be broken, there's hardly a trace of rust.
Vagan Macarian says, I just came back from a very necessary grocery run. What are we doing? Oldo says, where are your horse? Oh yeah, that's right, there's nothing in this grave. Well, we were doing the Crusader mission with Ambrose to get the sword, so we can use it to forge the sword to get into the wedding. But we sided with the fake Ambrose, killed the 3 knights that were trying to take him, got their stuff, and then we pickpocketed his stuff. Excuse me, I had to sneeze there. And now we got the sword, but now we got to go back to move the sacks some more so we can get the diary that we missed out on. And then after that, we'll be going into town, getting some soap, washing our stuff, repairing stuff to get some XP from that, if necessary. And I just got to remember where the heck I am. Yeah, this is the right spot. Vagan says Ambrose is now exhumed from the grave and we can't bury him. Exactly, that's a perfect situation where you should be able to, oops, and then just rebury it. Row 8772 says, keep Ambrose's sword and do the Miller quest line to the wedding. Is Ambrose's sword... Why, will I be able to forge the sword for myself later if I do it that way? I've never tried that. Row 8772, why are you telling me to do that? Have you tried that, and does it allow us to forge the Samin wedding sword for ourselves and keep it? I do like taking the blacksmith's approach to get into the wedding. It just feels more right for Henry, but I will do it the other way if it means we get to keep the unique sword. Hey, he's under the bed. Jorma Hekuli says that cave entrance is quite close to this place as well in case you want a skill book. There's our diary. I'll move the last sack anyway. Otherwise it's just sloppy craftsmanship. Andre Lewis says, oh yeah, this is the spot, he says, as looking down at the corpses that mark the spot. Row 877 says, not sure, that would be cool though. Well, that's the reason I'm asking, because that's the only reason I would do that. I prefer doing the Smith way to get into the wedding, because you can still do most of the Miller stuff, even if you don't use that to get into the wedding. Alright, let's see about that diary.
Bloody hell. This hasn't been here for long. It looks like some kind of notes. Like a diary. Let's have a look at it then.
Alright, Andre Lewis says, forge the sword, but do not give it to the smith. Go do the Miller quest line and keep the sword. Who's the man under the bed? That's the guy that was pretending to be Ambrose. After the wedding, you give it to someone else. I'm confused. Anyway, on my way from Cheb to Prague, I was caught by a message from the Provost of Königsberg about the terrible murder of 2 brothers of the order. The murder happened 2 days ago in the nearby Maria Kulm commandery. The 2 unfortunates were found flogged in the sacristy of the church. The elder priest, Waldemar, died in horror, tied to the rump of a black goat with Brother Mark's limbs stuck deep in his mouth. Mark's fingers had been broken and his hand and his head smashed to a pulp. The superstitious villagers consider this to be the work of the devil, but this is a simple, premeditated murder of our brothers. Decembrus of 1402. Younger brother Mark was an able monastic apothecary in our Prague commandery, but in the spring he is said to have become involved with the Inquisition. Other brothers later helped him escape from the city to the countryside. Cui bono? Why did the Inquisition go after Mark? What did the priest Waldemar have to do with it? I must question their relatives. Fabrarius, 1403. Omnia Mentiunt, but now I know for certain that Mark was hiding from the Inquisition in Maria Kulm. I searched for relatives and found that, coincidentally, Waldemar's nephew, Kolda, was released from the bishop's prison a month later. Someone had put in a good word for him. Why was Mark hiding? Is Kolda's release somehow connected to his murder? I must go to Litomerish. Februarius of 1403. Brother Mark was in Litomerish last April on his last visit to the Archbishop's court. A month later, Archbishop Olbram died of unknown causes. His heart reportedly stopped. Is this related? Did the Inquisition pressure Mark to do so, or to do their dirty work for them? In Culda Venunum. Aprilis 1403. Brother Mark was involved in a heinous murder. Last spring, the Inquisition forced him to poison the Archbishop of Prague, Olbram. Afterwards, they wanted to get rid of Mark, but he disappeared in time. Little did he know that the old priest, Waldemar, would turn him in for the life of his nephew, Kolda. The Inquisition eventually got rid of both brothers and made it look like a devilish rampage. Who all is involved? The intrigue runs high. I have to tell the Grandmaster Zdenek about everything. Quintilis 1403, my God, how could you let this happen? Why did Satan come among us? Why can't brother trust brother? The Inquisition has Grandmaster Zdenek in its grasp. When he found out what I knew, he wanted to kill me. God forgive me, I killed my brothers. The only one who can stop Zdenek is my old friend Ambrose. He's been living in seclusion for a long time, but he still has the rank of seneschal. Only he can convict Zdenek and save the order. Quintilis 1403. Ambrose is dead. Mors ultima linea rerum. I arrived at night at the Troskovitz rocks and found my friend sick to death. He no longer perceived me, but awoke in the morning and suddenly spoke clearly. I gave him absolution, and a little while later he let his soul out. God, you have already taken everything I had. At least grant me to fulfill his last wish. Give me the strength to find a way to save sinful souls. Ex nihilo nihil fit. Please, Lord, show me the way. I buried my friend Ambrose on the edge of the meadow above his hut. I piled stones by 2 gnarled birches, then marked the grave with a broken sword. Let whoever passes by take it. It doesn't matter anymore. Whew! That was a doozy. All right. Ill Will says, after the wedding you give to someone else, easy to steal back. Jorma Hakuli says, you can't even craft Henry-level quest sword anymore. So I would say it's not worth it. And then Vagan Makarian said, your voice is quite soothing. Thank you, I'm actually losing my voice. Super congested and quite sick. But now we gotta go get soap and wash all this crap. Because we are now finished with this portion of the quest. I'm not sure the sword is worth it besides being unique. Yeah, it's not that particularly great of a sword, but it is unique. Weatherman said, good read. Well, it's definitely interesting to get the full story, so I feel like in this stream, we pursued every path worthwhile. I still have to go talk to the apothecary's wife and tell her what it all was about, because she was scared. But other than that, we pretty much explored the whole thing. Hey, Pebbles, how you doing? I believe we have far too much stuff for us to be able to offload enough of it onto Pebbles to be able to ride, so we're just going to keep walking back to, I keep hearing voices. Row8772 said, yeah, exactly, crappy sword, but also cool unique sword. I don't think it's crappy, it's just not as good as, like, a level 3 dueling sword, or, obviously Radzig's sword. It's good enough, it's a good long sword, and if you forge it well enough, I'm trying to remember what the stats were. In my first playthrough, I forged it at Henry level quality, because I had maxed out smithing before that, but someone said you can't do that anymore? Did they patch it so you cannot forge Henry level swords for quest related swords? That'd be weird. JH said, did you find Snow White yet? I've found Snow White in other playthroughs, but we have not gotten to the Kuttenberg region yet, so that's a Kuttenberg region Easter egg. I did the start of the Miller quest in our last stream. We went over there, talked to him, we did the fist fighting thing, and then we went and stole the thing from him from the Troskowitz scribe. The basement of the rat house there. So that's the start of that one. Now what we're supposed to do if we want to continue with that quest line, we're supposed to do the Saltpeter investigation, where we go help the knacker bury people and all that jazz. I'll put it up to a vote. How about that? Start a poll. There you guys go. You can use the poll to decide which way we go. And I will abide by the poll. Me personally, I lean towards the Smith side just for, immersion reasons. I feel like it's the better way for Henry to find his way into the wedding. But, and like I said, we can also do, after you have completed it, you can come back to the region or anything before the crucial point in the, this region's main quest line, you can also do a lot of the Miller stuff as well, so. Fagan Macarian says, helping the knacker is one of my least favorite quests. The knacker is a decent guy, but hauling corpses is not exactly exciting. Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of the slow quests where it forces you to slowly go from one point to another doing things. It's typically why I don't like doing the Miller quest line. JH says, why not do both? I think we leveled up Vitality again. We did. We're already at 28. I thought our thievery got leveled up. Grey Rinse 1 says, hiya. Hello, Grey Rinse 1. Have you been here before? Your name does not sound familiar to me. I don't remember every single name from the streams, but the more people chat or send messages in the chat, the easier it is for me to remember them. But I don't know that I've ever seen that one pop up. Ill Will says, I'm gonna eat the Miller out my next playthrough. That's an interesting sentence. I'm not 100% certain if I'm interpreting that in the spirit in which it was meant, but I kind of think I might be. Jarma Hakuli says, to be honest, I have myself done always both quests up to the moment when you go to the wedding, but for me, milling is more story-related, gunpowder stuff. Weatherman says, I did the sword quest, gave it to the blacksmith, then told him to hold on as I went the Miller way. Unfortunately, the blacksmith didn't acknowledge my sword making at the wedding. Well, that's the thing. If you take the Miller quest in, it will treat you as if you only did the Miller quest. Same as if you do all of the Miller ones and then you do the sword way to get in, it will only acknowledge the sword one. So you can do both and you can get experience and sometimes some unique stuff or whatever, but it will only acknowledge that you did one of them. JH says, I would say Miller if the guns played a bigger role in the game. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like the guns, a lot of people expected the medieval guns to be a big part of the game, but they're really not. A couple times they get mentioned and brought up, and yes, they're super effective in close range, because you can, with a good one, if you place a good shot, you can one-shot even super heavily armored opponents. But they're, really inaccurate and super slow to load, and not that fun to use, so I don't really use them very much. Ill Will says, rat. Rat? Greyrin says, I usually just watch. That's also fine. It just means that I don't typically recognize the name. But welcome, and I'm glad you watch the streams. I would assume you enjoy them. I was going to wait, but then again, I'm somnambulant, so I might sleepwalk away. But I will try to go sleep at the tavern, because we're probably getting tired. I mean, we can check. Yeah, we're not super tired yet, but we're in the 70s already. Once we've done that, we will, like I said, we'll keep a hold of our... I should probably take the stuff off my horse, too. Some of that's level 3. Oh, he's going to rat out the Miller. Thank you, Lexi1397. I could do that. I think he gets hanged if you do that. I have never done that version. Andre Lewis said, I used the guns mostly for the achievements. That's the only reason I used them, too, was to get the achievements. Because after I did my first playthrough, I had almost all of the achievements organically, and that's how I usually play games. And then I went back and checked to see the ones that I didn't have, and that's how I figured out, oh, I need to shoot a rabbit with a gun. And other such things. We are leveling up our stats pretty well. That's so funny. He typed rat in caps after that, but I was like, I don't know what that means. But Lexi1397 came in with the crucial save there, explaining that he, in fact, wasn't planning on eating out the miller. JH says, a really nice feature I would like to see added is the ability to follow anyone at any time instead of just a few quest people. I agree. That would have been something that would have been useful. I'm glad that they added it for specific missions, because that was one of my complaints about the first game, was having to try and match speed with people during, like, dialogue-locked quests. I always find that very annoying. So I'm glad they added it as a feature for quests, but yes, it would definitely be cool if that was added as something you could just use whenever. The only problem is it would probably be something that you would accidentally do a bunch. You know, like you'd be walking through town and then you'd accidentally do it. Weatherman says, it's funny to stealth with a gun, but otherwise frustrating to use. Alright, there's our bed. We can sleep and save. And we'll wake up in the morning, surely still upon this bed. Vaughan McCarrion says, if we were childish, which we were not, we would make eating out an inside joke. No, of course, we're not childish. Oh my god! Look how far away we ended up. We're all the way over here. Lexi says, I figured I'd help out since I'm a moderator. That's true. It is your job. Alright. Main level. Memorable. That's the one that'll help our reputation. We should probably do that one. I mean, most of the things we've been doing for reputation changes have been negative, but is what it is. What happens if you rat out the miller? I've never done it, but I assume he gets hanged. Because I know at one point I went and said something to the bailiff, and the bailiff was like, well, try and find out any information you can, and then bring it back to me, and I never did. Alright, we shall get some soap.
Greetings.
And a bath. I probably don't need the torch out anymore.
How can I help?
Alright, first things first, let's get some soap. There it is.
Let's talk.
Let's get that price down.
Aye. Thank you.
Ah, beans.
What brings you here?
We clearly didn't ask for enough.
Or X.
Weatherman says main level 26. Jeez. Yeah, well, we've been power leveling the whole time we've been playing, so we're doing pretty good. Shapur the second says, I envy you all for having a good system. Good system, like as in the PC? It was definitely expensive, but did you snitch on Sauerkraut Man? I did once, but then I told the Belf, go easy on him. But I think I only did it once. That was in my uptight good guy Henry playthrough, where he was being extremely honorable, but it was like a letter of the law type of thing, where he would turn in anyone no matter. So like even the first poacher that you can catch, I turned him in. I did everything. Say, even if we do go with forging the sword, we will have to do the old, you know, we'll wait to go to the wedding because we haven't done enough of the side quests yet. We haven't even done the poachers ones yet, and we gotta do those ones. Alright, I feel like the Smith questline is in fact winning in the poll. I can see it says 78%. So, we're definitely gonna end up going with the Smith questline. Because that won by a large majority. Andre Lewis says, if you gather enough dirt on the miller, him and his gang get hanged. Yeah, so, that's why I thought it was something like that. I figured he gets hanged. Hey, we leveled up vitality again. Helps having them Henry's Fox potions going. And being super over encumbered. Now let's repair the stuff so we can get her all up to 100, sort it out, do the whole thing. Then we can move on. I mean, we don't have to do the smith one yet. We have the sword, but it's a quest item, so I don't need to worry about losing it. We could move right on to the poacher one. I thought that was a book.
Praise God.
I haven't found any new books since we did our power leveling session in the last stream. Alright, let's grab some armor's kits, blacksmith. Oh, we do not have enough armor's kits. That'll be an issue. But let's just do what we have. Oh, wow. Let me do a lot more than I thought it was going to. Blacksmith kits, though. We got those. Cobbler's kits. Marksman's kits. Well, that's not all that useful. Tailor's kits. That should be quite a few of them. We got one level 3 Crusader's Waffenrock, but it was the, it's not the sleeveless one. At least the sleeveless ones we got are level 2. Oh, we must have already maxed out craftsmanship. Did we already max out craftsmanship? We did. We're already at level 30 for that. How anticlimactic. Alright, let's check our armor. Well, we can start by putting all the level 3 stuff we've got in the chest. So we'll do that. We'll do these shields. These are stolen, so we'll put those in there. Same for these. And then, what do we got here? We got a level 3 Malkoif. Got a level 3 Crusader's Waffenrock. And we'll... Oh, the one I really like is the one that's brown. Oh, that's lame. We'll put these 2 silver ones in there, and we'll wear the brown one. Which means I should take off the one I'm already wearing. Oh, the hoods were also low? Well, we'll keep the 2 level 2 ones. Alright. Let's... No, we can't equip that. I gotta focus. I'm getting distracted. Alright, there's a Saxon Hauberk we can store. There, we'll store the Warhorse Waffenrock as well. None of that stuff is level 3. None of that stuff is level 3. Alright, we can store our jewelry, though. Have you ever tried making gunpowder while drunk? Yeah, it explodes. Or at least it did the time I tried it. Yeah, there's the Waffenrock I love, though. Now we look pretty cool. It sucks that it's a level 1, but still. Alright, I believe that's all we needed to do here, isn't it? Now, obviously, we have to go, sell this crap. But, yeah, I could probably sell some of it here. See what the innkeeper will buy from us.
Good day to you.
Oh, I could do the fist fights here, too. Alright. What can we sell? Nah, I won't sell that. I'll eat that, because I could use the nourishment. I could sell this wine, though. We can sell our misc stuff to him.
Word about the... Well...
Let's see how much we can get from him.
Do you accept?
You really...
Satisfied?
That sounds real...
Oh.
I'll go for that.
Alright. What was the thing? Food, that's what it is. We'll eat that pear first. Quark Kalash. That brings us up to 91. Alright, we'll stop there. The innkeeper buys jewelry, dice, and food. Speaking of dice, I should go put those couple dice I grabbed up in the chest. I have not been dice playing yet. We've been avoiding that. Not really avoiding, just haven't needed to yet. No, we'll put... Oh, all these kits. We don't need to keep those on us. Extra weight. See, it's a good thing I came back anyway. We'll keep the soap. Tailor's kit. Even dye. Put the wolf pelts in here while we're at it. See? There's a couple things we could... it's a good thing we came back up for. Like, we don't need all these extra potions. Just keep the ones on us we had. Now we're ready to go. What is your favorite Waffenrock? I have quite a few of them I like. I mean, this one is definitely up there. just because it looks very cool, and of course it fits into our Crusader aesthetic very, very well. But all the sleeveless ones are definitely the best variant. So if you can get an ornate sleeveless one where it looks fancy and the colors match the rest of the armor that we're going for, that's obviously a great one. Music for Life says, curious to know where all you chat people are from. Yeah, why doesn't everyone share where they're from? It doesn't need to be specific like hometown or address or like your mother's maiden name and your social security number, but if you're from the United States, what state are you from? And if you're from elsewhere in the world, I would, of course, be very interested to hear the country you were from. I'm from Wisconsin. It's the greatest state out of the 50 in the United States. Andre Luiz is from Brazil. That's very cool. Are you currently living in Brazil or just from there? So, now we've made it more complex. You not only have to tell us where you're from, but you have to tell us if you are also currently residing there. Alright. Andre Luiz, like I said Brazil. Weddy said Murica. Joshua Hartmut said Indonesia. Vagan Macarian says Armenia. Jorma Hakuli says Finland. Weatherman says California. Row 8772 says England. John Cartier says Norway. Daxos says Norway. Greyrin says Manchester, UK. Aldo Irab Janatra says Indonesia. JH says Colorado, one of the worst states in the entire country. Darius Brewster says Canada. Hero Langasil says Germany. Ill Will says Tacoma via Memphis. Love that. Andre Luis says living here still, so he's a current Brazil resident. Weddy says Nebraska. Very nice. Lexi1397 says Wisconsin. Prism says Florida. JH says, from South Africa, residing in Colorado, the state has been destroyed. I've heard that. Look at that deer. Vagan Macarian says, the friendship of nations over here. I was about to comment, wow, the variety is something I did not expect. Because when I look at my analytics, the vast majority of my viewers are from the US. But this has been, just this stream right here is showing, KCD2 fan says Latvia. Music for Life says Florida, and this is the best state for weather. Hurricanes, what? Florida is definitely a very interesting state out of all of our options here within the Union. I've never been to mainland Florida. I've only been into the Panhandle. I should clarify. I know quite a few people that have lived there and have spent a lot of time in Florida, and they've given me their opinions, but I've not spent much time in Florida. Weddy said, just waiting for the French to chime in. Yeah, I don't build up a very large French audience on this channel, or especially my history channel. Vagan Macarian says, I'm on a permanent secure private VPN. That's good. VPNs are a smart thing to use. I very frequently use one, especially, because I do all the YouTube online stuff. JH says, I don't like football, but my dream is a Packers game in the snow. Well, that's, here's how you do that. You get a Packers game, tickets to a Packers game in Lambeau Field, anytime mid-season and beyond, and there's a good chance you're going to be spending it in the snow. Because, it happens a lot. I mean, we just had snow a couple days ago here in Wisconsin. It's pretty much always a really good possibility that you're going to run into here. I like football, the sport. It's a very, very entertaining sport. And I still maintain that if I'm going to watch a professional sport, it's the one I'm most likely to watch. But like I said, the NFL is they kind of lost me as a potentially interested viewer. Shapur II says, I'm Persian myself, as the username suggests. That's true. The username does hint that maybe you would be Persian. JH says, we keep bouncing between snow and 80-degree days. Our weather's been all over the place. It's been particularly annoying, but Wisconsin springs are always particularly annoying. The problem is, especially if you're someone like me who spends half of their time trying to get stuff done outside, it's impossible because we're constantly switching back and forth between mud and flooding and frozen ground and snow. It's very, very, very aggravating. Music for Life says, meanwhile, I have 80 degrees Fahrenheit since February. Yeah, not us. We've had a couple days up in the 60s, and they've felt ridiculously warm. But, I mean, today seems like it's getting warm already. I think we ended off yesterday in the high 50s, which was nice. That's why I got outside and started trying to, you know, clean up the yard a bit. Of course, it was so flooded because we had torrential rains and snow the last couple days, so the ground is super saturated. I've got a bunch of water in my basement. Whole thing, you know, whole Wisconsin spring experience going on. We just maxed out vitality. Agility we're still not super high on. Strength we're almost maxed out. Speech we're obviously still quite low on, but we got +8 going on from skills and clothing and stuff. Skill-wise, survival we're getting up pretty high. Scholarship we've got up decently high. Alchemy we've got up high. Craftsmanship we've maxed out. Thievery we've gotten up pretty high. We're doing pretty good. Jade says, it's hard to watch football as a sport when you are South African and grew up with rugby. I guess that's fair. That's the only sport that I've honestly seen compare fairly well to American football. Rugby can be pretty entertaining. Hey, we got a person up on a horse up there. Whitey says, yesterday I was hot. Today I'm sick. F this weather. That's exactly it. It was hot, so I go outside and do some work, and now I feel like I've got a cold. Lexi1397 says it's 63 degrees Fahrenheit right now in Wisconsin. I figured it was... Who did I hit? Kurva! Come here, buddy. I'll finish you. And this horse while we're at it. Since we're already on such a prolific looting streak, we might as well finish off. Ooh, it was a noble. I thought he looked fancy. Time to see what's on his horse, though. 63 degrees. Yeah, if it could stay 63 degrees for a couple days, we'd dry out quite a bit. Of course, I mean, typically in Wisconsin, it goes straight from snowy, cold weather up to, like, 80 degrees. We just skip spring entirely. Jean Cartier says, us Europeans love football, or for freedom lovers, soccer. My brother's a big soccer fan. I have not managed to get into it. I played City League soccer for a little bit when I was younger. It's definitely good exercise, I'll give it that. Bonk. What the hell? How did that not hit him? Oh, it did. KCD2 fan says we watch hockey mostly. Hockey is one of those sports that is extremely entertaining live, but I have never been able to be entertained by it watching it on TV. We had, in the town I used to live in, we had a pretty good minor league hockey team, and I used to go to those games all the time. Of course, minor league hockey is, like most minor league sports, it's just an excuse to go somewhere to get drunk and yell. And this was certainly no exception to that, which is arguably why I stopped going at a point. But I was thinking about it not that long ago that maybe this year I might, because it's not that far from where, it's about an hour from where I live now. I might go back to some of them. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I used to love them. Adrian says, I did that to Samine and Gnarly's horse to get the gear, lol. Can you kill them? I did not know that. They've got some good stuff on their horses. I might have to give that a try. Weatherman says, weather is the only thing I can't complain about in California, lol. It's low 70s today. Low 70s, especially dry with some cloud cover so the UV index isn't ridiculously high, is perfect weather. That is absolutely perfect. Like mid 60s to low 70s, sunny, gentle wind if you're on the high end of that, but not driving winds. And like I said, just a little bit of cloud cover so I'm not getting the shit burnt out of me. That is perfect weather. I would live year-round for that weather. Shapur II says, I'm not American, but even I've heard the tales of the Florida man. That's the thing. Florida gets the most ridiculous news stories. I mean, here in Wisconsin, our claim to fame is that we've got like 13 of the top 15 drunkest cities in the world. Like, that's the thing we're well known for here. As far as American food goes, Cajun is my favorite, but right after that comes Wisconsin food. It's very German and Polish in origin, so that should tell you where we come from food-wise, but we do get some news stories, but nothing like Florida. Florida's is always just some ridiculous thing. You gotta think at some point they're just trying to get that crazy headline. Because otherwise, why? Like, I understand that criminals commit crimes. It's what makes them criminals. But the Florida ones are always ridiculous. They always are absurd. You read about them and you're like, that can't be true. And then it is. Adrian says, yeah, they respawn in a week. Oh, cool. So I might have to go over to Samine at night and take out some high-level horses to get some of that sweet, sweet gear. Andre Louis says, I used the bug at the end of the game to kill Hanish's horse and get the gear. See, I was trying to do that in this last playthrough that I finished off, because I was like, man, I want all that Lipa stuff, but it wouldn't let me do it. So I'm going to have to try it again. Adrian says, Wisconsin has a church and a bar on every street. That is the thing about Wisconsin small towns. The moment your town dies is when the church is gone. Because typically, even in a teeny tiny little country town in Wisconsin, you'll have a church and 2 bars. But the bars get all their customers from the people that come to town to go to church. So if the church closes up, that's how your bars all end up closing. And that's just Wisconsin's economy for you. Of course, it all used to be a lot stronger back when half of the population of Wisconsin were small farmers. Because back then, the rural economy was very, very robust. Let me put it that way. Every small town had money moving through it like a western cattle town. But the moment all those farms started closing up and all of it started getting consolidated into bigger farms, all that money stopped flowing into the local economy. Darius Brewster says, Cajun is the best. OMG, especially wings. I love Cajun cooking. It's, as far as strictly American cuisine goes, it is our claim to fame. It is so good. Obviously, you know, it's inspired by other cooking types, you know.
Greetings, Master.
All over the place. But like I said, I'll be cooking up some over-the-fire jambalaya this weekend. And that's Cajun cooking. That's good stuff. Weatherman said, I heard it's really only that Florida has different news reporting standards and laws, meaning the scary things is that Florida insanity happens everywhere, but we only know of Florida. Well, that could potentially be true. I know that I knew someone from high school once that got into the news. It wasn't front page news, but it made it into the paper, where she must have been high or something like that, and she went to a Walmart and she stole like $60 worth of steaks and like hid them in her, or she wasn't wearing any pants and she hid them in her underwear or something and walked out of the Walmart and got caught, or something like that. I remember it being a ridiculous news story, but we knew who it was because it was someone that we had gone to high school with, so it gave most of us a pretty good laugh. But I guess that's kind of the type of news stories you hear out of Florida. Ill Will says, if you ever go to Florida, then you will understand the Florida man. Well, like I said, I've been to the Panhandle. Sammy Johnson says, Jeffrey Dahmer is my first thought when I think of Wisconsin. Well, that or Ed Gein. We were at, me and my wife went to a thing at our kids' school yesterday where they all did these projects for different, oh my god, this guy again. Different historical topics and stuff like that. And there was a famous people from Wisconsin booth, and I looked at it and I was like, what the hell? They don't have Steve Buscemi, they don't have Jeffrey Dahmer, they don't have Ed Gein. What the hell?
For the I'm Hans. Oh, you're the
It sounded like you said I'm Hans.
I give him. I mean, all set. Here you go. Thank. Show me what just.
Good, we can sell some stuff while we're at it. Oh boy, a lot of this stuff is stolen. Let's just sell some of the stuff that is not stolen. Does he have money? Yes, he has money. Okay, good. We can get rid of a bunch of the stuff we're carrying around. For now, it will just be all the stuff that's not stolen. Well, and level 3, because it's possible we picked up some more level 3 stuff. We have not yet gotten our speech high enough where we can sell stolen stuff. That's one of the things we're still actively working on. Oh, that's stolen. Get the belt, man. Why, do I not already have that belt? Or do I have a worse belt? I'll check back into it after I've selected all the things I want to sell. right. Those two are showing as stolen. That we can sell. We'll go down to Misk. Right. Oh, he has the Knight's belt and pouch. Alright, we'll have to grab those right away. Don't think we need anything else, though. Oh, we can't haggle? We're no longer over encumbered. Shapur II says, it's nighttime here and I have to go. I'm half dead from work. Good night, everyone. Good night, Shapur. Have a good night. Well, we got the, we moved up in belt and pouch. We've got the knight stuff now instead of the hunter stuff. Very nice. QZY says, 1 bar for the people, 1 for the priests. Well, you gotta have 2 bars. That way you gotta say, we'll go to the bar, but not that one. Let's go to the good bar. Alright. Yeah, most of the stuff is still stolen, but we got a couple level 3 things here. We'll have to repair it. Oh, I could probably pay to get it repaired, even if it's stolen. I guess we'll find out. Haggling between best friends? My word. I love haggling. Just the other day, I was talking to one of my buddies. We were talking about going to a farm auction, and, because they had a tractor there, an 8006, that were both interested, and I said, I'm only potentially interested, because an 80's not that big of a tractor. If it went for, I think I said ridiculously cheap, and he said, well, if it went for ridiculously cheap, I'd have to bid on it. Alright, let's select all, and haggle.
Let's talk about the... Well... Do you accept?
Look. Finally. Excellent.
There, we repaired some clothing. If both bars sucks, well, you still have to have an opinion. So, like, in my hometown, there are 3 cafes. No, there's 4 cafes, but one of them is actually legitimately horrible. It is absolutely terrible stuff. But out of the other 3, they're all arguably comparable quality or whatever, but everybody I know has an opinion of which one is the best one. And so it comes up relatively frequently that we're all, you know, it'll be after church or something like that, we'll be like, hey, let's go out to get breakfast, and then we'll have to debate over which cafe we're actually going to go to.
Lord be with you.
What can I repair here? A crossbow. We're gaining our reputation from paying people to repair stuff. It's probably a good idea to do. Oh, we could talk to, what's her name? We could tell her about the thing. Almost forgot. Housemaid, that's not who we're looking for. Gerta!
Good afternoon.
I know now how it is with the apparition you saw by the cross.
Really? So tell me, who did I see at the cross? It still keeps me up at night.
It was Conrad, an old friend of the hermit Ambrose, and a knight of the cross with the red star. Ambrose sent him to dig up his secret hiding place, and you surprised him there.
I surprised him? I'm the one who almost dropped dead. Have you got any proof? So I know you haven't just made it all up.
I read Knight Conrad's diary. He recorded everything there.
I can't read, but I believe you when you say it was no diabolical apparition.
There's no devil here, and never was. This was nothing more than a dispute between their order and the Bishop's Inquisition.
Thank God that's all there is to it. And may the old hermit's soul rest in peace. And thank you, too. If you need anything from the apothecary, I'll put in a word with my husband. He's very good. And take this book. It might come in useful for you. Or you can sell it. See you soon, my friend.
Oh, I'm glad we came back here. Unfortunately, I think I've already read that book. Oh, no, I haven't. Look at that. So we'll be able to work on our scholarship and alchemy a little bit more. Oh, hell. Why don't we just do it right now? 2 hours, eh? It's gonna be nighttime again. KCD2 fan says, I hope those bars serve authentic German sausages. Well, it depends on the town. Most of the... Let me think about it. I've got 3 different bars that I like going to at the moment. One of them is specifically for food. It's a very small bar. There's not any activities to do there, and their drinks are expensive, but they have pretty good food, so I go to that one. Mostly we just go there for burgers, but they have other stuff on the menu. Sandwiches. I think they had quesadillas. You know, some various stuff. Ooh, alchemy. Poison specialist. That's what we want. Then did I have a combat one too? I did. Marksmanship. Look at that. Hellshot First is a good one too, but we'll get to that one. Anyway, so that's the one bar. The second bar is kind of a crappy dive bar. They don't have any food. It's kind of dingy. They only have a couple activities, but their drinks are the cheapest. So if we're going to drink, we go there. And then the third bar, their drinks are kind of expensive, and they only sell food on certain days of the week, but they have a huge bar with a bunch of activities. They got like 6 pool tables. They've got dartboards. They've got arcade games. They got all the sort of things. So those are the 3 bars in my local hometown that I actually go to. All the other bars, they can suck an egg. There's one other one we go to that's 2 towns over, because I got a cousin that lives over there that we like to hang out with. Only reason we go there is for karaoke. Vagan Macarian says, big salami, as Janosch says. Andre Luis says, do you want my sausage? Yeah, the first time Janosch asked that, I was like, great. Got more of this in the game, am I right? But no, he just makes good sausages. Except only Bavarian sausages. Here's the thing. The problem with going to Germany is their sausage is the worst. Everyone should be laughing. Everyone should be holding their guts, rolling on the floor right now, laughing hysterically about my hilarious joke. All right, let's take care of all this meat we've got before it spoils. Music for Life says, do you think you will be maxed out before going to Kottenberg? I don't know if I'll be 100% maxed out, but we're definitely well on our way to... Where the heck's my horse? There she is. To being fairly well maxed out. Weatherman says, oh, I get it now. Thank you, Weatherman. That's one of my favorite jokes. Alright, so we've already lost the stolen status on some of our stuff. That's the nice thing about having that perk that makes it go faster in our inventory, because, you know, it goes faster. Let's see if we can pile up our bolts. Well, we can hold 17. We actually went down 1, because I think we had 18 before. Alrighty. Well, journal. We could finish off the Hermit one because we've got the sword, but I don't actually want to do that yet. What was Birds of Prey? Except for a moment it looked like he would be his personal server, but in the end he managed his thirst. Okay, that's the poacher one. Forbidden Fruit, what's that? Oh, that's the... Okay. Invaders is the cumin one. Let's do the poacher one. So, let's go back to the map. We know where we are. We're in Troskowitz. Hey, look, we're improving our reputation. We even improved it a little bit in Appalonia. See, that's why you want that perk that makes your reputation spread, because if we do positive things, it can then spread to the other places. So, if we head over to the Nomads camp, we can do the Rock Tower Pond one, so... That's roughly where we'll go. We might get lost on the way, but I'm confident in our abilities to successfully find our way. JH says, how about paying to use a German rest stop bathroom and it's still disgusting? That's another thing, yeah. Traveling to places in Europe or whatever where you actually have to pay to use the bathroom. That's one of those things where people can talk shit about Americans all the time, but hospitality, just on the whole, yeah, sure, you're not going to see it in big American cities, but in general, across the American countries... What have we got? That's a huntsman, but what are these shirtless guys doing? Are they fighting? I gotta talk to this guy. He's not wearing a shirt. Jose Gonzalez says, Kermit, a quick question. Can you steal the caravan horses and make them yours? I have not tried. You can kill them and butcher them. I did that once. Ooh, it's hard Yura.
Are you a blacksmith? And you? Gentleman's manservant, I reckon.
Yeah, the glasses are a dead giveaway.
For how poor a judge of people you are.
Be my guest. I'm Yira. Hard as nails and happy to flatten you any time of the day. Careful, though. I don't like blades.
Glad to hear that. From one blacksmith to another.
Oh, sorry, brother. I didn't take you for someone who could swing a hammer.
Weatherman said, at least you can get free drinking water basically anywhere in America. That's another thing. Like I said, hospitality in America... Okay, for one thing, if you're hungry and you're at my house for whatever reason, whether it's dropping a kid off or whatever like that, I'll feed you. I will feed you. If you just happen to come in and I'm making breakfast, I will invite you to sit down and have a plate. That is the type of hospitality I subscribe to, as do most of the people that I associate with. That's the American level hospitality. I've heard horror stories of people in like Denmark or the Netherlands or whatever, and they'll be staying at someone's house and they'll be like, okay, we're about to eat, you wait here I'll be back when we're done eating. That would drive me insane. That level of being inhospitable. I can't even imagine that. But yes, like Weatherman said, at least you can go pretty much anywhere and you walk around into any place and water is free. Vagan McCarrion says, my eyes are aching slightly from undersleeping for 4 days and I don't have the luxury to sleep in tonight. Any tips? If the eyes are aching, cold water plunge is typically my first bet. Helps tighten up the face muscles and takes a little bit of the stress off the eyes without having to rub them. Rubbing the eyes diminishes them more. Stay hydrated. Supplement with caffeine if you have to. KCD2 fan says, in Rome you can get free carbonated water. Ooh, fancy. JH says, Wisconsin is a southern state in the north, though. That's so confusing. Hospitality-wise, maybe. I mean, Midwest hospitality, in my experience, has been pretty good. Don't get me wrong. In my travels to the South, I've experienced decent hospitality there as well. But the culture is so different. This is something I was just talking to my dad about the other day because my sister, or one of my sisters, married a Southerner, some guy from the deep South. And they live up here now. And he's a good enough guy, you know, fits in well enough. He's not as boisterous as most of my family, a little bit more reserved, but he's super Southern. He talks way slower. He does things much slower. He's not used to all of the considerations that we take into account up here, like ice and things like that. But like, it's so funny how different people from, we live in the same country, but we live, 3,000 or 4,000 miles apart, and the culture is so dramatically different. Sander Panther says, that do right? I'm from Denmark. Is that... Okay, so is that a thing that you experience over there with the weird inhospitable activity? Noah Borgman says, I'm from Denmark and hospitality is a very important part of our culture. I hope so. It should be important everywhere. Jake said, the Danish people are actually really nice, just not having the same hospitality as other countries, so they appear mean, kind of like the Dutch. Oh, the Dutch. That's funny. Weatherman said the polite off of obligatorily saying, no, I'm fine, you don't need to make me breakfast, just to be asked a second time and say, okay, I'll have some. That's true. I'll be like, oh no, I couldn't possibly. And they'll say, oh, it's no worry, we have extra. I always make extra. Or something like that. I will force you to eat. Row 877 says, I've never had someone not feed me whilst backpacking in Europe. Vagan McCarrion says, I will cook Armenian barbecue for you and your whole family if you come. I would love that. I love the various different... I've never had a bad barbecue. Let me just put it that way. I started with, obviously American barbecue, but then Vietnamese barbecue was the first one I ever tried after that, and I frickin' loved it. So I've never turned anyone down that wanted to feed me their specific version of barbecue. Alright, we should probably fight this guy.
I love Smithian, but I have a lord I must serve. What are you doing here? Where's your anvil?
Our forge has gone undone for. And these folk around me lost all they had too.
So war, eh?
JH visits Denmark every July, apparently.
Aye, well, that's just the way it is. By God's grace, I still have 2 hands, and I can always find work. I could do with a bit of coin right now. Fancy having a wrestle? For money?
Hells yeah.
Right,
I don't know about wrestle, but I'll box
quite
you.
Sure I'm the better fighter.
Great.
Jean Cartier says, Korean barbecues to die for. I've only had Korean barbecue once, but it was one of those restaurants where you cook it yourself, and that was off-putting for me. Like, it was fine, because I cook for myself all the time, so the food tasted good. But I feel like I'm missing out on something a little bit more...
Definitely. Here you go.
Unique. Cooking it myself, because then I'm just cooking it my way. Recently, me and my wife, whenever we're feeling like really going for a treat, there's a sushi place we like a couple towns over that has got some seriously good sushi.
Sakura.
Woohoo!
You were good. Not even old Larcher's moves were any use.
Of course not. I'm too good.
Anyway, Henry, here's your coin.
Yeah, the Vietnamese barbecue place that I went to, it was in Minneapolis, and it was all you can eat, and it was just so freaking good. It was so fresh, too. You guys are making me hungry. It's 1:19 where I am. I typically like to eat lunch between 12 and 12:30, but on days where I stream, I cannot do that. And so now I'm starving like Marvin, and we're sitting here talking about barbecue, which I can't have anyway, because I certainly don't have any of the stuff required for cooking my own, and I don't have a good barbecue place in town. So thanks for that. Vaughan Macarian said, my immediate family just got Schengen visas, and I'm still waiting for the answer. Wish me luck. Hey, look. A caravan. This is a pretty big caravan. They probably have valuable loot.
Whoa, whoa.
Redneck Zeus says, if you were to move to another state, which one would you move to? Oh, that's hard. It's a toss-up between two different regions. So it would either be... If I moved south, it would be to Tennessee as my first choice. Maybe Kentucky, but probably Tennessee.
That looks like the hired hand, Venser from Appalonia.
This guy didn't make it.
And by the looks of it, Lord Samin didn't go easy on him.
But other than that, if I was to move, I'd likely move out west, and then it would probably be Wyoming or Montana. But I feel like moving to Tennessee I could do relatively affordably because the cost of living isn't that much different from Wisconsin to there, neither is the cost of land. So I could sell everything I have here and move there and have a regular job and afford it. I feel like to live a good lifestyle in Montana / Nebraska or Montana or Wyoming, I would need to have a lot more money. So I figure if I was moving because I suddenly got rich and was buying a ranch or whatever, you'd find me owning some ranch by the mountains in Wyoming or Montana. But if I was just moving to another state because I was like, I can't take Wisconsin anymore, I need to leave, it'd be Tennessee. Why did I come to Samin? Oh, I wasn't going to Samin. I got distracted by that random encounter. I was headed for the poacher over by Rock Tower Pond. Vaughan Macarian says, hopefully visiting Italy this year. I have not been to Italy. I would love to visit Italy, but I would also love to visit Greece. And I feel like I'm going to have to choose one or the other for the first time for one of those. The nice thing about living over in Europe for you guys is that as far as expenses and planning and travel and all that sort of stuff goes, it's like us visiting another state. Because distance and expense-wise, that's about it, and you typically don't have to get on a plane, but if you do, it's not nearly as expensive. For me, I have to fly across the Atlantic if I want to go anywhere in Europe. And that ain't cheap. Oh, he's gonna flee.
My God, a murder!
Wasn't a murder, you dingus.
Hey, he's mad! Stop him!
I'm not mad. Do not run away and tell people that I murdered anyone. That guy's gonna get me in trouble. Ah, crap. Now I'm gonna be in trouble. Dang it! I hate it. Hate it so much. I killed a bandit and I saved that guy, and then he's like, oh, help, murderer! Oh, it's that same guy again. I had helped him once before. Blockskilla says, doesn't hired hand Venza have a treasure map with him? Probably. Redneck Zoo says there's a castle on 40-something acres for sale in Wyoming for like 14 million. See, again, that falls under the category of I would need a lot more money than I currently have to afford that, but that'd be pretty cool. Noah Borgman is going to Crete this year. Been in Greece a lot, and I can definitely recommend. I've got family that have been to both Italy and Greece, and they absolutely loved it. Alright, looks like we're going to kill some Saminis. Is that guy really gonna go tattle on me again?
Come on then! Punishment by the blade! My favorite!
You can't stand up to this!
I feel like I should have hit you there. Oh my god, why won't it let me do anything?
Jesus, I'm hit!
How's that guy not dead?
We're gonna gut you, poor son.
Do it!
There we go.
Now you'll see what we do with criminals, master.
This simple little random encounter is not going the way I had intended it to go. I just want everyone to know that. I was gonna save that guy. That's literally all I was gonna do. But now we've committed a double homicide. Well, it looks like we're doing a little bit of Samine action. Jean Cartier says, for European, the public toilets are more private than the American ones. Well, I mean, that depends on the toilet. If you know where to look in America, you can find a good private public bathroom, if that makes sense. Where's Samine? Yep, we're wanted for murder in Samine. Typical. So, like, a great example is if you're in a town, oftentimes towns that tourists go to will have malls or outlet malls. If you want to go, if you're in public and you need a bathroom, that's always a great place to aim, because keep in mind, whenever you go to an outlet mall or a strip mall or something like that, typically the stores themselves do not maintain bathrooms other than the ones for employees. There will be public bathrooms within the mall, and those are maintained by full-time janitorial staff, so they're typically much cleaner, and oftentimes will have a lot more private doors and all that sort of stuff. So it's not a perfect system, but that's one of the travel hacks that I always tell people who are visiting America. Let's see how much our horse can take. It's probably not going to be enough to get us down to the light enough traveling weight. Hey, look at that, it is. Let's see how low we can get it entirely. Wow. Oh, you know what? We must have upgraded the horse. We must have passed it. Let's check. Player, skills, horsemanship. Yep, good old Pebbles. Look at that. I was like, no way. Well, we're going to have to avoid Samine for a while. Redneck Zeus says, Tennessee or Wyoming would be my choice too. See, like I said, I really like Wisconsin, and I've got a lot of family history here, and we own land, and, you know, we've got all sorts of stuff going on that are reasons why I'll almost certainly never decide to leave Wisconsin. But those would be my choices if I did. What the heck? We got more stuff going on? I should, I'm probably damaged. I should take a, well, first of all, I could eat. 88. What do we get with a pretzel? 90. Okay, good. Smoked cheese. There we go. Now we're over. Now we overate. We'll take a marigold decoction for healing. Let's see what this guy's all about. Oh shit, there's two of them. I thought it was just the one guy, but I didn't see the guy by the tree. If you can get a nice high-level sneak attack like that, it makes them real easy to kill. Plus, it slows them down so much. Probably should have shot this guy with the second bolt. Got him. Elliot asks, do you still make Red Dead Redemption 2 content? I have not for a while. Like, it's not a rule or anything, but I just haven't made any for a while because they haven't added any new content for years. So I don't, you know, I've made so much that I feel like I've covered most of the things worth covering in the game. Jose Gonzalez says, have you tried Mexico? It's a nice place with warm people and hospitality. It's something we really enjoy and take pride of. I have not been to Mexico myself. I have a lot of friends and family who have been to Mexico, and some of them have really enjoyed it, and some have not. So it's been hit or miss. I imagine it probably depends where in Mexico you go. It is a rather large country after all.
If you can spare a while, I have another riddle for you. A trickier one this time.
Alright, I think this is the one I got wrong last time. Let's see if I can get it right this time.
Let's hear it then.
That first riddle was just a test. Just to practice. How about a wager?
Alright guys, you'll have to be quick on this one if you want to help me with it, because I don't, like I said, I got it wrong the first time I tried this.
Why not? I'm happy to bet.
Listen carefully. Once upon a time, there was a fool of a farmer.
Oh, this isn't the same riddle.
He had none. No stable boys either. so he talked to his animals instead. And, good man that he was, whenever he made a groschen or two, he shared it with them according to his own rules. Every hen in the coop was paid 5 groschen.
Okay.
Every bee in the hive, 15.
That seems
and the
high.
spider in the loft bagged a full 20 groschen. And now you tell me, how much did the cat get?
It's about legs? So what is it, 2 groschen a leg? It's 10? Well, there's a lot of people saying 10. I trust you.
10 groschen.
Exactly! 2.5 groschen for each leg.
Oh, okay,
What
okay,
happened to
okay.
the farmer in the end?
They never said. But I reckon he went to the dogs. You have just the 2 legs, to be sure. But you guessed right, so you earned your wager back. I can give you my stake on top, or I can tell you a bit about my life as a vagabond. How
Yeah,
about that?
let's learn.
I'd be glad to hear about your adventures.
Would you care for stories from my travels or tales from the tavern?
Tales from the tavern, that way I don't have to try drinking.
The tavern sounds good.
Said no Wisconsinite
I'll
ever.
tell you about the first time I tried moonshine. Actually, to be honest, I don't think I can. I don't rightly recall what happened.
I was kind of expecting that.
Let this be a lesson to you that you should never mess around with moonshine.
I'll bear it in mind. Thanks.
Farewell.
I didn't comment on it before because I got distracted by that. But Redneck Zeus had pointed out when he was talking about that castle out west, he said, for being a American castle built in the 90s, it's not bad. There's actually quite a few. They're technically follies, like is the scholastic term for them, because they weren't built in the right period to be considered a castle. But all that aside, they're built in the style of a medieval European castle. There's actually quite a few in the United States, and they're pretty cool. Some of them are pretty sweet. There's one in the Napa Valley in California that is on a vineyard, and it is a beautiful castle, and it is very cool. And of course, oh great, I took the stuff off my horse. Well, I'm gonna have to redress my horse after I do the old laundry. But I figured since we're by the mill, we might as well do some laundry, repair some stuff, sort out our stuff. You know, all the regular activities that we do when we get close enough to a bed. There we go. I did not mean to take the loot off or the gear off of my horse. But I guess we could choose new gear now. Since we're not rocking Scarlet stuff or Warhorse stuff, we're in fact dressed up like a Crusader now. Vagan McCarrion says, I dream about having the luxury of spending a few months in America. It's definitely a country that it would take, especially if you do not travel often to this country, it would take you a while to see everything worth seeing. Most people make the mistake of traveling to the United States for a couple weeks and they spend their whole time in like New York or whatever. That's not a good call. That it's where, yes, you can see one of America's things if you go to New York, and it's New York. You're missing out on a lot. Plus, in my opinion, if you've been to one city, you've been to them all, unless there's something historically significant. And in my opinion, there isn't enough historically significant stuff that you can find in an American city to make it worth spending all your time in an American city. Like, you could go to Philadelphia or Boston and see some pretty cool stuff, but you'd also just see a lot of crap. First thing I always run out of is the armorer's kits. Hey look, we have a weird thing for that Waffenrock we're wearing. There we go. Jose Gonzalez says, love the Crusader-themed gear. Me too. It's one of my favorite looks to use in the game, so I'm happy that we were able to rock that. I guess we'll put another broken Roman soldier spear in here. Put these piercing bolts back since we can't equip them. Now we'll put any level 3 stuff that we've got. That's quite a bit. Oh, we still got some more. See, this is... People always ask, how do you get all this stuff? This is how I get it. That's why they'll ask me the specific location, and I'll be like, I wish I could be more specific, but I absolutely cannot. All right. St. Ludmila's Veil. We'll keep that because it's unique. And we will go ahead and... Oh boy, we got a lot of this crap. Store pretty much all of it except for the dried wolf meat again. I know a bunch of it will spoil, but I don't really care that much. We'll keep the horse meat out and we'll dry that ourselves. Store that in here for now and that for now. Some of these bandages, all these kits that we took out. Wagoner's dice, that, all this stuff. We got a bunch more relics. Look at that, we were able to sell them off once and now we got them again. Because apparently that guy respawns. Alright, so what were we left with? Just all the stuff we want to sell? Right on. And... sleep until morning, I guess. Jean Cartier says, when I travel for the food. I tell people that all the time. I love going new places, but it's mostly because I love trying new food. So when I go to a new place, I'm always trying something new. I'm not the person who travels to Italy to eat at a Taco Bell. You know? I love how it sends us here every time we somnambulate. That's funny. But in this case, it's actually much closer to where we want to go. Oh, I almost forgot. We gotta put stuff on our horsey. I was gonna do that once I woke up. So, we gotta pick a new outfit for our horse. We'll probably do it based on stats, if I'm gonna be honest.
Keep the peace, and we won't have any problems.
Cheers.
Megan McCarrion says, currently it's not even the money that's the problem, it's the time. That's true. It's not just the money, it also takes a tremendous amount of time to travel to a different continent, especially if you want to do it for a couple months.
You've been hanging around with Miller Craze a bit, haven't you? And what if
Adrian says, one of the things they need to fix is the rolling physics. I think I just watched a bird's nest roll uphill. I haven't seen that yet, but typically they just roll away so far and so fast that I can't find them. All right, let's sort by value here. Our most valuable saddle we have is the Hungarian saddle. And then it goes to these Moglin saddles, but those two are stolen. So we'll stick with this Moglin saddle. What do we get for this one? Just extra weight? Gives us a big carrying capacity boost though, so we'll do that. Then we have our best bridle is still the tournament bridle, so we'll do that. And our best horseshoes are the nobleman's horseshoes. Aren't they? They're cheaper than the knight's horseshoes. Almost the best speed. Okay, yeah, so nobleman's horseshoes give us the better speed. So we've got the saddle, the bridle, and that. Now we need to either choose a harness or a comparison. What do we want to do for the comparison? Do we want to do... I mean, we haven't done Brunswick's. Last time we had the Scallots one on there. What do the breachings do? Increases horse's courage and stamina. However, it reduces the carrying capacity by 18 and makes the horse slower. Brunswick's comparison gives us just a bunch of extra armor. Do we have any hybrid ones yet? No, we don't have any hybrid ones yet. I'm kind of feeling like the main's breaching. Well, what about these ones? Reduces the carrying capacity by 24. These give us 2 courage and 4 stamina. These give us 1 courage and 3 stamina. So the Wylun breaching gives us... The courage is something we need more, but I feel like the speed of Pebbles isn't that great either. And I definitely care about the carrying capacity. I don't know. Let's put the stuff I already grabbed on him first and see what the stats are. What an ugly horse. Alright, so stats-wise, we've got capacity of 211 with this stuff on, speed of 37, stamina of 157, and courage of 27. So the courage is actually already... That's plenty high. Speed and stamina. So we don't need more courage. That's for sure. Brunswick's comparison is one of the cooler looking ones. Don't you talk poorly about my Pebbles. We're gonna wear Brunswick's comparison. I think it go... What the heck? It showed that I selected the... I think it goes well enough with our Crusader look, which is why I went with it. Plus, it's obviously a pretty cool looking one. We're once again over encumbered though, so we'll go ahead and we will sort some of this stuff onto the horse. Since we're going to be outside of Sameen for a while. You don't want to go to Sameen when you're wanted for murder there, for the wedding, because it really botches up the wedding. Alright, let's check where we are. So we're currently located at the Zhelyov Tavern. So we're going to want to go down the road and across, and we'll go around Rock Tower Pound. So that's how we'll find it. Come on, Pebbles. That saddle does not match the comparison very well, but still. We're doing well.
Go!
Found a boar hunting spot. Is that Zhelyov? I don't think we rode far enough to get to where we were aiming. Yeah, that's Zhelyov. Alright. Let's recenter. Where did we ride? We took a turn too early. Okay, yeah, instead of going across, I turned here and headed towards Zhelyov, so now we have to turn hard. Then again, if we miss by a little bit, we can make a stop off in the Nomads camp, and I could sell all the stolen stuff I've got on me. That'd be nice. I should definitely do that.
Quick!
Darius Brewster says, what's the best horse? I've only used Pebbles. If you upgrade Pebbles to the second progression stage, just generally speaking, so best general things, not particularly in each individual stat, the upgraded Pebbles is the third best horse in the game. Upgraded Herring is number 1, and upgraded... Is that Sameen?
Whoa, whoa.
Man, I sure am overshooting everything today. I don't want to go to Sameen, so we need to cut in between them, so... This should take us to the Nomads camp. Pizek Lad, one of the horses you can buy at the Kuttenberg horse trader, is the one that I ranked between them. I have not tested Meadow, but everyone's always talking about Meadow being such a great horse. I haven't done it yet. I want to because everyone's saying that Meadow's great, but I haven't given it a try yet. Outside of that, it takes console commands because you have to use the console command to steal the current horse that you're on, but there's a mission where you can get access to Attila, and you can use that console command during that.
Whoa, whoa.
Go fuck yourself.
Why can't I hit that guy? Ah! I hit Pebbles!
What do you want?
Dead bandits! When do you want them? Now!
Mercy! Leave me be!
Oh, we got some more stuff. But anyway, that's a long way of saying there are quite a few ones that are arguably the best and or close to the best. If you're looking for one that you can purchase and is just outright the best, Pizek Lad is the one I rank the highest for that. Alright, so we rode between Sameen, we rode past the Drunkard's Hut, wherever that is. Wandering Drunk, that's where it is. So we are on this road. So we're going to need to turn up a little bit.
Quick.
There's the person we just saved.
Whoa.
Is this guy trying to turn me in? He is. You know what? I've had about enough of that. Thinking about Attila slightly irritates me without every time without failure. Yeah, it's definitely annoying that there's no legitimate way to make Attila your horse. Like I said, it should just be that you take it to the regular place, the horse fence or whatever, and then you just have to pay a bunch of money for Attila. I'd be fine with that. It would be much more immersive. Hey, look at that, we found it. You know what? I should talk to this trader guy here. I mean, I don't have to do it yet. I can sell all my stuff first. Oh boy, we had a bunch of stuff on our horse. Getting that upgrade to our carrying capacity is... Ah, dang it, I did it again! Alright. Let's move our... Oh, we're not separated. That's why I was like, what the heck? Let's move our comparison back. Now we will sell our stuff over here. Vagan McCarrion says, are we doing the Invaders quest? We definitely could since we're here. I'm actually going to take a brief bathroom break. I've done this before in a stream once, but I definitely have to do it now. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Make the chat very entertaining while I'm gone. I'm back. Now I need a drink of water. Jose Gonzalez says, this is like the first time I participate on chat. I'm like too shy to get along. Oh, my chats are not very intimidating. So, Andre Luis says, I was like the 5th like to the stream. Very nice. I'll say, yeah, anybody who hasn't liked the stream, always a good thing to do. Helps show people that it's worth watching. I don't get very high stream numbers. It's probably because I'm not all that entertaining. But the game is entertaining, so people should watch it for the game. Yeah, with hardcore mode, the 3 outfits, it ain't working for me. All right, let's sell some stuff. Does he have anything that we want? I think we bought the pickpocket's hood last time we were here. So let's just sell stuff. Should we try selling some stolen stuff and see if we get away with it? I'm gonna give it a try. Because we've got so much legitimate stuff that it should be hidden in there. And I have money, so worst case scenario, I get caught and then maybe I have to pay him off. I don't think I'll actually get anything negative if I fail. So I think it's worth a try. Plus, I like the excitement and the risk. Plus, I think we get speech XP or something if it works. Sell the moonshine too, and the bread. All right, let's haggle.
Talk about...
See how much we can make.
Is this an...
That's more like... Hey,
Look at that, we did it. We improved thievery and stealth by selling some stolen stuff, so nice. Jose said, or Vegan McCarran says, Jose, we welcome you wholeheartedly. Yeah, like I said, I've got a fairly benign chat. Typically, it's not what I would consider threatening or scary. Typically, not a lot of dicks going on in here. You know, it's pretty well behaved chat, I'd say. Weatherman says 70 is honestly pretty good for streaming. It's hard to build a streaming audience. Yeah, it's definitely not my thing. Typically my channel is built off of videos. So, Megan McCarran says you're very entertaining. I don't know what you're talking about. Darius Brewster says, love the stream. It feels like such a community. Well, that's the reason I like doing it, is because everybody who watches my streams, it feels like we're a fairly niche audience that enjoys the type of games that we all enjoy and playing them the type of way that we enjoy playing them. So it's not broad appeal, but it's definitely very comfortable as a stream goes. Weatherman says, in my experience, I've just been called out for stolen goods and they pay less for it. Andre Louise says, I much prefer smaller streams like this where you can actually chat instead of huge ones where the chat moves so fast that you can't even understand or be heard. That's true. Let's keep the chat like this and don't forget to heart it, to like it. Agreed. Alright, let's talk to the horse guy. Actually, so many people we could talk to. We haven't talked to this girl yet.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
you are the Jalas Mangesun.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The Eterno Gaggio, friend of the Roma with clear eyes. Though a strange...
What?
Go
Are you...
there,
We can learn from her.
It is simple.
I remember learning scholarship from her. I'm just gonna skip through it though, because it's not that interesting to me. Someone's probably gonna be in the chat like, why are you skipping it all?
And some, you know, will try.
Because it's long.
Really?
Oh,
Maybe I'm wrong.
I am just my own.
You see...
No, black my pa.
How do you...
Simple.
And is there...
Oh,
And...
if you have...
I'll have a look.
Let's see if she's got any books. Look at that, we got some recipes from her. We can learn some more potions. That'll help us with our reading skill. She also doesn't sell cobwebs, but you can buy leached coal from her. Alright, let's haggle.
I'd like to do something...
Ooh, that was expensive. Let's see if we can't get her down pretty cheap.
Do you accept?
You want... I...
Yay!
You and come again, sir.
Okay, so as far as selling stolen stuff, yeah, the fence is right over here. This guy will just straight up buy any stolen stuff from you.
I'll have a...
Oh, he's also got some level 3 stuff that we don't have yet. Well, we might not have. Gotta buy it all. Don't remember the next time I'll be here to check. Alright, let's haggle for that.
Talk about the... Wow.
I didn't go low enough. Yeah, I'm a loot goblin in games like this. I love collecting it all. Lexi says I'm here because he's Kermit, LMAO. Robot Kermit. Yeah, the Voivode is a little bit patronizing. He's a bit annoying. I don't love him. Bane Arrow cheese the game. Why do I have to lockpick my way into my own room that I paid for? Yeah, that's always really annoying. I love how everybody doesn't really like the Voivode. All right, let's read these Rakeeps. It didn't level up our scholarship. Agility leveled up, though. Alright, what do we got? Dominant Hand, if you use one-handed weapon without a shield. Ranger Run, that one's useful. Creeping Phantom, while sneaking, your movement is 15% faster. That's useful. Let's do Creeping Phantom. We need any stealth skills that we can get. Horsemanship we leveled up. Final Stretch 2, that one's useful. Ride like the wind, your horse will consume. That one's useful. That one's broadly applicable. Warfare we leveled up as well. One-man army. Hex yeah. Alright, what else did we get? Just the clothing we bought? All that level 3 stuff that we picked up? Throw that on the horse so we don't lose it. Nice. Does anybody like Eastern European gypsies IRL? I mean, somebody probably does. I don't have much of a developed opinion about them. Is this our horse trader guy? No, it is not. He just has a hat like a huntsman. Where's our guy? Shouldn't he be, like, sitting here? Well, since we're here already, someone already pointed out we should do the Invaders quest, and they're correct. Let's go ahead and save, just in case I screw it up. No, yeah, you can come back to the first map after you've moved on to the second one. You just have to go to the little caravan thing out on the outside of town. There's Vasco, Cuman Jashik, Cuman. Not gonna let me talk to him? Why won't it let me talk to him? I feel like I remember talking. This is weird. Should I just kill them all? It's not letting me do the mission. Am I supposed to talk to someone before I come here? Talk to Wojtek about the humans. Crap. Okay, so I don't want to just kill him yet because you miss a lot of cool dialogue, so I guess we're not going to do invaders yet. I didn't talk to Wojtek, that's right. I just walked through there and there was humans there. There he is, though. We got to talk to him.
I have... And what of course people then
we can get our speech XP from talking to him a bunch, and then I could probably buy stuff.
Who said that guy? Clever. He will. You, me, and all the you will. I will.
We're also unlocking our horse black market.
All right. What else?
And if you perhaps I would be for a bit. Of course, it will. All right. Put him. That's what. But
all that talking. Yeah. So I cannot engage in that quest yet because I didn't talk to Wojtek. So what we can do is we can get Hungarian spurs and knight spurs from him. That'll be an upgrade. We already have farmers and knights horseshoes. I could get Shuriken bridles. I've already read Life in the Saddle too, apparently. How much would it cost me to buy all of this horse stuff? just for completionist reasons. So, I have enough money for it. Let's haggle.
Word about the...
See how low we can haggle it down. Jade says, I think I missed my chance to romance Catherine, and now I'm sad. She is the best romance option.
Latches, I'll agree.
Oh, I didn't go low enough. That's annoying. But we got the stuff. So, what did we get? So, Knight Spurs. So we can upgrade our spurs right away. Move the Hungarian spurs over there, along with all of the other horse stuff we've got. Now look at all that unique new stuff we got to put in into our storage chest. Now we'll get out of here. Daniel JK said, so never met the Crusaders' first playthrough. Well, that's the thing about the game, is that it's worth playing multiple times because there's so many things that you might miss for one reason or another, that you can have very dynamic playthroughs. Alright, now we will go do, since we're already pretty close to it anyway, we will go do the first part of our poacher mission. Yeah. Should have seen that coming. Yes, as far as I know, the dragon and the Krakowian saddles are still the best saddles in the game. Let me ride. Gonna knock me off my horse again? That time it was much slower. Why the big delay for Mutt? Funny thing about it is I haven't even gotten Mutt in every playthrough because I don't usually play with the dog with me. It's why one of the skills that it typically takes me the longest to level all the way up is the dog one. I can't remember what it's called, but because I don't really use it. I don't use Mutt too much. I do find it amusing that there's apparently an option where if you have Mutt with you at the time where you get locked into that big long chain of missions near the end of the game in the castle. I don't want to spoil it for anyone that maybe hasn't gotten that far in the chat. If you have Mutt with you, you get the option to eat Mutt. I've never had that option because I've never had Mutt with me when that happens. Mutt is always just chilling.
Poor fella. Looks like he drowned.
It does look like he drowned, doesn't it?
This one drowned too.
Alright, I can read that Drowner's map. That's all very clear now. Alright, let's get back to Houndmaster, that's what it is. Yeah, I know how to get Mutt. Oh! Yeah, stop and grab that sword. I know how to get Mutt, I just don't always. In that last playthrough I was playing, I did not ever go get Mutt. I just left him in this region. But even if I do, I then typically just leave Mutt at
Whoa.
Let's find out where we are quick. We're in the Samin zone still, so we're down here somewhere. I feel like we're pretty close to here. Because I seem to remember that sword being by a boar hunting spot, and I haven't gone around the lake yet, but I need to go this way. That's all I needed to figure out. Look, a rando. Because we have to go to this little thingy over here.
Quick.
Easy, Pebbles. The cottage ruins.
Could this be a poacher's workplace? Then the owner might not be far away.
Nighthawk potion. Is there anything else to explore in here? I don't think there is. I know that there's a nest out here that has something in it. I don't remember what it is, but I remember there being something in it. There's that nest right there. Lockpicks in that one. That wasn't the nest. That was that little pot. Where'd the nest go? Spectacles. We already have spectacles. Anyway, let's go up the hill and find the poacher. Yes, I definitely want to grab the bow, Gnarly's bow, so we can do that whole thing.
What will that fella over there tell me about it?
So, I know how this is going to go, so before we get into that, I'm going to put up a poll as to whether or not I should turn him in. Because he has a crybaby backstory. And I've done both. So, I'll let you guys decide what we end up doing with him.
Nice camp. The hides and all that. Gamekeeper Vostatek sent me to find a poacher who's hunting around here.
Sir, have mercy on me. I can explain everything. I have a family to feed, only we're not doing well and we scarcely have a bite to eat. I was desperate. So I came here to poach. Please, sir, spare me.
Crikey, that was easy. So you confess you've been hunting here?
A bit here and there.
But you know poaching's a crime. Couldn't you find another way?
I couldn't think of anything.
I'm sure you know poaching is forbidden. So why'd you do it?
I was left with no other option, sir. Ever since this band of robbers has been marauding here, we can barely make ends meet. They got no scruples. They take whatever they can get their hands on. And there ain't nothing left for us common folk. Besides, Lord von Burgau, God bless him, he got his hands full with them and he ain't got time to put things to right in his domain. Ever since, we've been living hand to mouth.
Why are you here by Rock Tower Pond?
This camp, I've known the place since I was little. No one can see here from down below, and when you go from above, there's bushes covering it.
It didn't turn out to be such a perfect hideout, though. How long have you been hunting here?
Quite a while. Only, I haven't risked going out since I saw that ambush.
What ambush?
They attacked some company right nearby.
What company was attacked?
There was some gents riding through. They wasn't local. They camped down below. I could see them well. I suppose they was resting up before moving on. And then this band of robbers what's been marauding hereabouts descended on them. It was a massacre. Them gents was completely taken by surprise.
We were those men. It was us they ambushed.
Really? But I saw everyone being killed with my own two eyes.
I managed to get away, even though I was wounded.
I'm glad. Sorry about your comrades.
Nobody saw you?
No, I was hiding here. It's hard to see up here from below. I wanted to warn the company, but it was too late. I'd have just got myself killed as well.
Well, at least you got away in one piece. You haven't left here since then. You've been here the whole time.
Sir, when I saw what happened down below...
You didn't try to go home?
I was on my way home. Only then I heard armed men, so I came back fast and hid. I'm not going to risk my skin.
Fair enough. That's all I need to know. It's my job to catch a poacher, and you've confessed to poaching. So, what to do with you now?
Sir, have mercy on me, please.
Alright, time for the moment of truth. Let's see what the poll came up with. Oh, you guys, that was close. 54 to 46 in favor of turning him in. You guys only have a couple seconds left before I end the poll, so if anybody... There's only 26 people that have voted so far, so... His life is in your hands. What do we do with him? I like how people are asking, they're like trying to bargain in the comments. They're like, aren't you doing an evil Henry playthrough, as Shakespeare's buddy said? Or JH, are you free from violating the king's laws? Don't be a goody two-shoes, lol. I'm putting his life in the hands of the people. You are the people. 27 votes now. It's 52%. It's still in favor of turning him in. 10 seconds, guys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the poll is officially over. He gets turned in, baby.
There's nothing for it. You're coming with me. The game belongs to the nobility. Poaching is not allowed. So, let's go.
But sir,
Quiet.
Hey, we get a time travel, fast travel. Glad we didn't go to Samin or we'd get in trouble.
I told you I was going to bring you some poachers. Here's one of them. He was hanging round Rock Tower Pond.
please.
The bailiff
have
does not
mercy.
look impressed.
We hang poachers here, and you won't get any special treatment.
Sucks to suck, buddy.
I have to make a record in the Chronicle.
1% voted to slay him on the spot. That's true. Now that he's dead, I will have to make up for his poaching. I could report what's going on with Miller Crazel.
What's new in the county, Master Ba-
Project. And now he said,
What?
I've forced now.
Cabbage.
I said, and that's.
Oh, that's the sauerkraut guy.
What's...
I was just. He said,
What do you...
I've
Alright, go away, guys, so I can rob this guy's corpse. Goodbye! Gotta get some F's in the chat, guys. For the Rock Power Stranger. There we go. He'll be hanging around for a while, so... now I believe we just have to go back to Vostatek. Oh, we can talk to Wojtek since we're over by Troskowitz again, so... Peppa will always live on in my game.
quick.
Now we'll talk to Wojtek.
Whoa.
Yeah, Bailiff thrushed up. Skylar Wade says that was so wrong. Alright, let's see if we can't find Wojtek. Nope, that's a dice player. Gotta go discover the smokehouse. There we go. Do you have any meat to smoke? Look at that, we'll smoke some meat. But yes, Vagan Macarian, I agree about Bailiff Thrush. He is not that impressive of a bailiff. I can't handle this mode, says Svajus 1989 Visokis. Where are we going to find Wojtek? Oh, let's pay our indulgence. I feel like he'll be down at the far end. We could sell some loot since we're here.
What do you have for...
Yeah, I know smoke's spoiled. We've been doing pretty good on this this playthrough though with food, so I'm not all that concerned. Extra set of spectacles that we don't need. Roast duck that we don't need. We'll keep the Nighthawk map that we don't need. Hair pelt we don't need.
Word about the...
You won't... Why? I'm glad you found...
140, baby! Are we hungry? Can we eat some of that smoked food? Ah, we're not hungry yet. Where do we find Wojtek? Is he one of the hired hands down at this last place? Oh, the thing popped up. Let me over the fence! There we go. There he is.
You look like you got a solid beating.
To hell with that. The main thing is we kicked those human fuckers out of our tavern. But still, I'd sleep better knowing someone made sure they don't come back ever again.
Someone like me?
What an idea. At least you'd show you're worth your salt. After what you pulled last time, your reputation could use a bit of polishing.
All right then. I'll take care of the humans.
Excellent. I don't care what you do with them. Just find their camp and make sure I never see them again. Got it? Seems they came from Samin. Try asking there. Someone must have noticed that rabble.
Adrian says, I really don't like this guy. Here's the thing about the humans. I enjoy the conversation that we can have with them, and I think it's fun, but remember, we're playing as Henry. And Henry's personal opinion is that if it's human, it ain't human. So we always have to remember what Henry's wishes are. So let's find our way. Oh man, our reputation went down in Troskovitz again. We got to get back up to Vostatek. Yes, G59 Pluto, I have noticed that the horse stats when using equipment are tricky to actually get accurate.
Go.
But now that we did that, next time we go to the camp or whatever, we can talk to the humans that are there and get that all sorted out.
Go.
But for now, we got more poachers to bring to justice. And Gnarly's bow to find. So then we can learn some valuable experience about survivalism and stuff like that from I almost said from Wojtek, from Gnarly.
Whoa, whoa.
Since we're here, though, I'll drop off my level 3 stuff that I have on the horse. When is the drinking skill useful? Pretty much never. That's why I don't really work on it. Like, there are, I think, 1 or 2 skills in there that are marginally useful under the right circumstances, but not enough for me to actually pursue it. Whoops. Armor is what we wanted. So let's put all this level 3 stuff we bought from the fence in here. And then all of the horse stuff that we picked up. I should have dried those herbs while we were there, but whatever. Yeah, so, as Weatherman pointed out, the drinking skill can be useful under the right circumstances with lockpicking. But in my opinion, just get your lockpicking high enough, and then if you still need a boost, because you still find it difficult, just get yourself a high-level quick finger potion. I should make sure I'm going the right direction. Okay, I was in Takov, and I'm currently following the road, so just make sure I actually stay on the road.
Quick.
I usually find bandits on this road.
Go.
The only other fun thing about drinking is if you get drunk, you can do stuff and get in trouble, and then you can just say, I'm sorry, I was drunk, and he comes up with, like, really funny things to say. That's the most, quote-unquote, useful thing about drinking in this game. Or the drinking skill.
Whoa, whoa.
My horse is super dirty. Alright, here's our huntsman.
God bless you.
I solved your problem.
Ah, my drinking problem.
No, not that one.
I should think not, since I don't have one.
I meant the poacher. I dealt with him. I found him and hauled him off to the bailiff in Troskovitz, like you told me.
My, you don't waste time, lad. If I had a few more like you, I wouldn't have a care in the world here.
Ah, not worth mentioning.
Right. How about another one? This poacher pisses me off even more than the last one, so I hope you'll help me with him.
I'm ready. Where does this poacher hunt?
Under the candlestick, where it's darkest. A short way from here, around Vidlak Pond. That's why I don't go far from the lodge, see? The problem is, it's a damn big area. Almost all the northwestern woodlands. And it's uphill and all.
I get it. What should I do with this poacher?
Same as last time. I know we have a poacher around here. Only I haven't been able to catch him. If you can find him, catch him and take him to the bailiff. I'll sleep a lot more peacefully, see?
Right. Find him, catch him, bring him in. Is there anyone around here who might know something?
Ask the tanner in the valley. Or even better, ask his neighbour, the fisherman's wife. She'll tell you twice as much as that old soak.
Right. Right. I'll take a look around Vidlac Pond for the poacher.
Thanks, and good luck. God be with you, sir.
I did purchase a new saddle. I didn't even consider that. I probably should have checked to see if it was better than the one I'm already wearing. Or using, I should say. I'm not wearing the saddle. Vagan Macarian says, I'm so sorry for this huntsman. His full quest breaks my heart. I don't ever remember anything super sad happening. Maybe I didn't finish it. In my last playthrough, I made sure that at the wedding I kept him from drinking, and that seemed to be a good thing, but I'll have to make sure I actually follow through with it if you're saying it's got emotional payoff.
Whoa.
Here's our tanner.
I'm trying to track down a poacher who's hunting around here.
That's an important mission.
G59 Pluto says turn hands in.
About it.
I want to ask you something anyway.
Better me than the neighbours anyway.
Loose Bandit says talk to him after the wedding. I'll have to then.
You talk to her?
No, I haven't spoken to her. Why?
That's good. For sure she and her old man would tell you I'm the poacher.
They would? Why?
Those Pavliks ain't very nice folk. Old Pavlik ain't too bad, but that wife of his...
Alright, I'll have to talk to him after the wedding. I didn't know it was that sad, the reason why he drinks. Oh, don't spoil it for me, guys. This will be new for me. I typically do, like, all of the side content before the wedding, so then I don't do as much after the wedding in this region, so that's probably why I never figured it out.
How's trust going? Depends. But the bed...
Where'd you from some...
No, I haven't, but it's more off...
So you're at...
Indeed, I don't...
Why did the...
I don't, but if...
Did you have...
Nothing. I'm not... You tell...
Have you seen... You know...
at most, it's pretty...
Have you any...
God, maybe...
Yeah.
Well, but I don't... But don't...
Thanks.
Alright, guys, tell me, because I don't know that I've ever looked into it that thoroughly with him. Is the tanner the poacher? Gotta talk to his neighbor, the fisherman's wife, as well, get her side of the story. Because I feel like I remember just going and finding a poacher at the poacher's place, but this seems like there's some sort of a answer between them.
Interesting. Have you got...
Did you exactly even know? But you know what's he got a pop?
Have you ever...
I haven't. I just...
Where does you... I was keep it to you. So...
That's where I know.
Well, maybe that'll be...
Sure.
Yeah, right. You stay...
I'm... There, well.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember just finding a poacher in the woods. Ah, Weatherman saw it on a YouTube short. There have been a lot of YouTube shorts. Okay, so... That's down in Samin where we currently cannot go. So we have to go up here in the woods. So we're at... Where are we? We're up here. We're right here. So all we gotta do is ride up, past the shrine, past the deer hunting spot, and find this poacher's camp. So I just want to make sure I'm... Yeah, I'm on the right side of the river.
Go!
These are the missions that are way harder in hardcore because you can't place a map marker or anything. So, like, you can plan out your path, but it's real easy to lose track of it if you're trying to go out into the wilderness. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain.
I should go back.
The only thing that's real. Loose Bandit says, did they have compasses back then? I don't know when the magnetic compass was invented. Typically, you can tell where you're going based on the sun. The good news is you can also kind of locate yourself by, like, discovering new locations. Here, I gotta pour one out for the poacher. Well, that was my fault. I missed that shot. Well, we got one. Yeah, Vagan Macarian says, I think Vikings had primitive compasses for sea travel. I was thinking of that too. That, like, sun thing that they used. I was really hoping that was going to appear as a deer hunting spot. Do you think that's where I am? I don't think so. No, I found that while I was helping Vostatek the first time. I must be somewhere up here in the woods. Maybe I'm by this one? Am I in a clearing? I'm in a clearing. Maybe I just gotta kill some more deer. Got my marksmanship up. That's another reason to do all this poaching. Blocks Killa says that you are still left from the river. Alright, let me go back to my map. I'm over here is what you're saying. I must be in this clearing? Because you're right. I remember riding past this and up this hill. So I must be over here. I need to go that way. I need to go down this hill and across the river. Andre Louise says, compasses came from China to Europe around 100 years before KCD. Remember, we were discussing the accuracy of... Ooh, what do we got here? Looks like a well-armored mercenary.
For the love of Christ, I almost got killed!
That was the idea, buddy.
You're the one shooting here? Shame on you.
Shame on me? That's just rude. Well, guess we're gonna have to sword him.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm over encumbered again. Got some more level 3 stuff. That's what really matters. Alright. Adrian MX already said what I was thinking. According to China, China invented everything. There's a well with some beer in it. I'd have a beer. There, we just drank 2 beers. Now are we slobs? I think I'm going the right spot now. Hey, look at that. We entered the search area. There's our our deer hunting spot. Was that our horse hunting spot? Oh, those 2 beers are getting me schlitzed. We look a little bit bloody. We're probably fairly intimidating. There's like a shrine-looking thing over there to the left. Those nice long shots get you so much XP. Alright, so we're at the top of that little clearing now. Still haven't discovered the deer hunting spot yet, though. It's kind of weird. There, now we discovered it. So, if we just keep heading straight in from here, we should get to the poacher's camp. So, these are young trees. Looks like this area must have been logged off. Shakespeare's buddy asked if I've become an alcoholic in any of these playthroughs. Yes, I, in my first playthrough, while maxing out drinking, I ended up having the alcoholic debuff for a while. It took a while to get rid of it, too. That's my favorite thing about doing these poaching missions, is that I can do them, and while I'm doing them, I can do a ton of poaching. The survivalist skill is one of the most useful ones in the game, in my opinion. Like, you get so many speech checks or skill checks from it. Alcoholic debuff, do you mean buff? Alright, guys, how are we going to find this poacher's camp? I feel like it's so easy to get turned around up in here. And I don't remember any distinctive landmarks.
I have to go back.
Alright, we found the border of the map. Yeah, the alcoholic debuff is brutal. It is a very, very effective debuff. You want to make the game harder, play hardcore mode, and become an alcoholic. That will make it difficult. Just whistle until you attract the attention of enemies. That's one way to do it. The old bang the pots method. Wait until someone else tells me where I am. The Kubiyanka playthrough. Would that be the hardcore drunk playthrough? Hypocrite Henry out here thinning the competition. Can you use the sun to determine heading? Yeah, when you can see the sun. I was just thinking going until I find a landmark and trying to use that. Also just doing some light hunting. Alright, let's check again. So we are getting closer to Vidlock Pond, I think. Are we still within the search area? Because that's probably another thing to consider. I'm getting too heavy now. I'm gonna have to stop poaching for a little bit because I'm getting real heavy with it. Because this is Vidlock Pond down here, I believe. So I think we overshot it by a lot, and now we're going to be down too far to the side. So that's why I'm just trying to recenter myself. Yeah, I believe it was Archer that once... Oh, here's a path. We'll follow this path. This will probably take us where we need to go. Anyway, I believe there's an Archer line where he said that he has to taper off because he was afraid that the cumulative hangover would literally kill him. I've known people who are that alcoholic. Ah, that's a good point. Bloxkilla said if you can see your shadow, you don't need the sun. That is fair. But I think this path will take us where we need to go. I have faith. Where else could the path possibly be leading? Well, it brought us back into the search area. Oh, it's bringing us into some thicker trees. That's usually a good sign.
Here's another camp.
Haha! See?
Here now.
My path
Take a
method
look
worked.
around the area. We'll just wait for the camper.
I feel like poaching camp should have drying racks. Look how much better we've gotten at lockpicking already. It's got some mead. Take a little sip of that. Some mushrooms. Drink some mead while we're waiting. Hey, look at that. We leveled up drinking. Yeah, see, we have not done much drinking. When you're in the positive phase of drunkenness, you gradually gain up to a +4 for your craftsmanship skill. Drunk's Luck, when you're in the positive phase of drunkenness, you get a bonus of up to... Oh, I had to sneeze again. Beer Belly. Beer sates you twice as much, so if you're not afraid of drunkenness, you can more easily replace food with it. However, potions sate you half as much, so you can drink more of them. That's the one we want. Survival, we can level up. If you cook, dry smoke, and unspoiled ingredient in your food, after processing it, it will have 100% condition. That one is usually quite lucky. Lucky find. When collecting herbs, you have a chance to... Okay, yeah, Heart Seeker. Master Cook it is. The poacher walks up and down the path. Well, we walked this whole path, so let's walk this one now. I was just going to sit there and wait, but... Not a very good poacher if he just walks up and down a path. But it would also explain why there's a path here, so... Ah, I think we found him.
What are you doing out here in the forest?
Picking wild garlic.
Garlic, eh? Then why are you kitted out more like a poacher than a forager?
I like how Henry
All
looks.
kinds of stuff. I collect honey and beeswax and all, and sometimes acorns for flour. Or I herd my pigs into the forest to forage. I pay honest dues for it.
You're a busy fella. Folk must envy you all those jobs. Isn't there one you've forgotten? Like, maybe... poaching? It so happens I saw a camp nearby that's nicely kitted out for poaching.
Shit. Have you come from the gamekeeper?
From Vostatek, yes. And he wants us to go and see the bailiff together.
I ain't going. I'd rather croak. Keep away from me, pal.
Listen. I want to give you a chance to think again about what you're doing here. You may have had a good run, but that's over now. So take it like a man and stop talking bollocks about garlic.
Curva. So it really is all over.
We're going to see the bailiff.
All right.
I don't think he really was just collecting garlic.
I've got another poaching lowlife for you.
Lowlife.
Black Pond.
No, please.
It's too late for begging. You're for the noose.
I like how Henry is just covered in blood when bringing these people in.
What's new? What do you...
I've been...
That's not...
Alright, goodbye, bailiff. I have to rob this guy, too. Goodbye! Go away now. Check his pockets. They're definitely full of garlic. I mean, he admitted to poaching. Go away, bailiff. After I rob this guy, I've got a bunch of meat that I got somewhere else that I'm going to have to, dried lapiota, dried roe deer meat, walnuts, no garlic. I have to go dry some meat that I found somewhere else. Those poachers' blood is on Henry's hands. I feel like it's on their hands. They're the one that decided to be poachers. I'm not a poacher. I'm an errand boy, but I do some light hunting on the side. Remember, I'm the master huntsman of Talmberg. I have a right to hunt somewhere. It's not here, but I have a right to hunt somewhere. Or not master hunter. What was it called? The huntsman? It's probably just the huntsman. Look, a cumin. I'd kill him, but there's a bailiff coming up the road. You got lucky, buddy. I'm a poacher. Yeah, I don't have a license for taking out these poachers. Let's wash ourselves up, dry some meat, sell some stuff, and get back out on the poacher hunting trail. It is light hunting. I didn't kill anything big. I haven't even taken a boar yet. I dared to kill a king's dare. There, now we're all cleaned up. Yeah, I know that he's the bailiff. He's the bailiff of Pribyslavitz, but he can also become the huntsman of Talmberg. That's a whole Talmberg fief if you do the Henniken Hare quest. Now we're all washed up. Nobody can even tell we ever did anything. You say the Lovarian horseshoes give us a speed bonus, you say, over the noblemen's. I mean, they're not worth as much. Horseshoes designed by Romani blacksmith called Fiorari. The rider can expect a generous increase in his horse's speed. Nobleman says the horse will reach almost the best speed. I still think the noblemen's are faster than the Lovarian. Speed is 36 with these, 38 with these. So I guess no, the Lovarian are faster. That's good to know. We also leveled up speech. We still can't do partner in crime, but what can we do? You buy and sell potions, herbs, recipes, books, and alchemy-related items at a 10% better price. If you use Battlecry during combat, you deal 10% more damage. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. That one's useful. Ladies' Man, when dealing with women, you gain a +2 bonus on all skill checks, a 15% discount on purchases, and a 25% discount on bathhouse services. And Dreaded Warrior. If you use Battlecry during a fight, not only will it give you courage, but it will also put fear into your enemy's veins. As a result, their morale will decrease, and they are more likely to give up, run away, or just generally find it harder to fight you. I'm thinking Adept at the Mystic Arts or Ladies' Man. Ladies' Man. Jean Cartier says, I wonder what St. Peter would say to Henry when he's at the pearly gates after arresting the poachers and the verdict is execution. I don't know. The problem is I'm looking at this from an American point of view, where my natural disdain for the concept of the king's deer leads me to have a very different stance on it than a medieval peasant would. Or a medieval nobleman. If you hold your horse gear, then wash at the wash post, does it clean your horse gear? Let's find out. It might. It clearly does. But it doesn't wash the horse. Alright, let's see if we can't put that. And we'll also do any level 3 stuff that we've picked up. Our collection is coming along quite nicely, so we decided we want this, we want this, we want this, and we want this. These things will just hold until the next time we get to a place. So Alex Play says, these are all the in-game titles you can get as far as I'm aware of across both games. Bailiff, Huntsman, Bastard, Member of the Brotherhood, Monk/Brother, and the Easter egg, Butcher of Skallets. Oh yeah, that's true. We can tell people that that's what we are. The Butcher of Blaviken, but from the wrong game. Now we will stop and sell some stuff. And then we'll get back on our poaching. I have not found a way to access the underground portion of the Kuttenberg Fountain.
Great. I'll have a look.
Alright, Miner's Hood, Gambeson Long, Pickpocket's Gloves. Let's see if we can sell the Noble's Quilted Trousers.
I'd like to
Well, fine. I'm glad you found what you were looking for.
I like that we get a Thievery and Stealth XP gain for each time we manage to successfully sell stolen goods. Brandon Kerr says, but never night. Nope, not yet at least. See if we can sell some stuff to this guy.
Greeting. What do you...
We're running out of bolts. We want those things. Okay, so nothing to sell him. The rest of it goes up to our general store. I believe Gnarly's bow, which we do want to find in this area, can be found... It's over here by Rock Tower Pound somewhere. Bandit Patrol... Camp by the Road, Bandit Patrol... Poacher's Camp, that's the one. So below the Nomad's Camp, I think that's the one that we're looking for. So we'll have to... No, it's Old Poacher's Hideout, that's what it is. This must be for a different mission. It's the Old Poacher's Hideout. So we'll go back to Vostatek and we'll, you know, give him the news or whatever. I don't remember if he has a third mission. If he doesn't, we'll make for the Old Poacher's Camp next.
Willkommen. Du hast Glück. Wie geht's, mein Freund?
What do you have?
Yes, as Alex Plays points out, peasants call you a knight because they think you look like one, but you never actually become one. Weatherman says, who tells you where to find his bow? I don't know if they do tell you to find it. I've always just found it by myself when I went there. Alright, we're going to try to sell a lot more stolen stuff on this try and see if we can do it successfully. Feel like we should be able to do it.
Let's talk about...
That's more like it. Yeah, finally.
I think the haggling definitely helps. Now let's dry some stuff over here. If you take the bow, once you found it, if you take it to Vostatek, he'll tell you it's from Gnarly, and then you can go talk to Gnarly about it. Alright. Did we do everything that we needed to do? So we got all that dried stuff that we're going to have to go put in our... Yeah, so we're going to go up to... We're going to do the same thing we did last time. We're going to ride our way up to Takov, store our stuff, and then we'll hop on over and talk to Vostatek again. We're getting pretty well leveled up. We're making lots of money. We've got good gear. We're definitely having a very successful hardcore run. Yes, it's harder to do the missions, especially the ones that have us out in the woods. Hey, look, a deer. But we're doing pretty well. We've got Pebbles, and we've got Pebbles upgraded to the point where we can get around pretty effectively. I would not mind a prequel game where you play as Martin. Typically, I don't love prequels, but I feel like they've teased it enough that it would be super interesting. I feel like the more sensible thing for them to put their effort into is definitely a... Well, okay, you could do a prequel DLC relatively easily, because Martin spent time in the Kuttenberg region, we know that. And so they already have the map, so all they would have to do... You know, they could use the base map to make a prequel DLC for this game. I feel like that would work relatively well. If you want a prequel one in the meantime. But for a full release or whatever, I would expect the next one to progress forward. You know. Because that way they can get to the Hussite Wars, which is definitely what you can tell that they want to do. Alright, we'll do the same thing as before. We'll put in everything except for the dried wolf meat. We'll keep that out. Marksman's kits. Alright. Then we should save. G59 Pluto said, is it worth reforging Radzig's sword? I did on my first playthrough, but apparently if you want to get the... Yeah, so if you want to get the Mastercrafted level, unless you can get a mod that will allow you to do it, it's basically better to wait until the end of the game. But then the problem with that is, if you play the game like I do, that means that you've already done all the side content, so you're at the end of the game, so what's the point? You know, that's one of the reasons I don't like that they inventory lock it. I wish they would give you the, you know, like, I like that you get it at a certain point.
Hey, I'll show you.
Why won't it let me ride, baby? I don't want to interact. I've done enough random bandit encounters. Megan McCarrion says, I don't want a whole separate game for a prequel. Hussite Wars are the way to go. That's what I said. I agree. I think the next mainline title should not be a prequel. I would play a prequel, but I think it makes more sense if KCD3 is, you know, takes place in the Hussite Wars. A prequel would make a better DLC. And like I said, since they already have the whole Kuttenberg area map, they could easily set a big Blood and Wine sized prequel DLC where you play as Martin in the Kuttenberg area relatively easily. Especially considering they've already introduced the playing as other characters thing. You know, you did it with Teresa in the first game and you do it with Father Godwin in this one. So I think it would make a pretty solid DLC.
I took care of that poacher. He's in the hands of the bailiff now.
Excellent. Who was this crook?
Some asshole pretending he was there picking garlic.
Lovely. Here's the reward I promised. And now I'll drink to it, I reckon. We can both have a little celebration. What do you say?
I think I'll leave that up to you. You've had more practice than me.
You're good.
Is there anything more I can help you with?
I don't need anything more from you.
And is there some other gamekeeper around?
Lad, the only proper gamekeeper around here is me. But Nabokov has a gamekeeper too. You could try him.
Uh-huh. And what's his name?
Varel, as in Barrel. Go and see him.
Where does he live?
Close to Nebokov Mill. He's got a cottage on a hill and his eye on the surroundings. We're both having trouble with this. How to say it? This ghost. So it might be worth talking about if it's still troubling him.
Well, you got me curious. Thanks for the tip.
Take care.
Alright, so before we do that, we're going to do the thing. So, let's find where we are. We're at the Huntsman. We need to get down to the old poacher's hideout. I say we can't go to Nabokov yet, because that'll bring us within the bonds of Samin several times, I believe. But we can definitely do the old poacher's hideout and follow that path. Ah, but that'll take us to Samin too. Damn. I can always save before I go in and see if maybe I could buy my way out of the problem. That might work. Alright, let's see if we can find this on the first try, if we can make it to the old poacher's hideout. All we have to do is get to Rock Tower Pound, and then it's not... I said pound. Pond, and then it's not hard to find it, but... You know, sometimes we get lost on the way, but if we get down here and just head to the left, we should be able to get there relatively easily. Which side should I be on here? So I'm going down to here. I want to go across before I turn. And then we'll just follow the road. Alex Play says, but I think you can get the Master Forged version before, provided you use everything at your disposal to increase your maintenance level. Example, leather apron, gloves, potions, but I might be wrong. I mean, we can try it on this playthrough. I'm willing to do that because it doesn't matter to me that much. I get annoyed by the inventory locked items, but that's mostly just because I like playing around with all sorts of different stuff, and I don't like having to worry about having certain items locked to my inventory, because then that's extra weight that I can't change. So even if I wanted to use a dueling longsword or the guild longsword or something else instead of Radzig's sword, I still have to have Radzig's sword in my inventory, and I find that very annoying. Alright, let's track our progress to find out what just happened. Okay, we turned here, so if we keep going, it will take us where we need to go. Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Quick!
Brandon Curse says, I found you could drop the sword if someone disarms you. Yeah, but then can you pick it back up and then are you free to do whatever you want with it? Okay, so Weatherman, the leather gloves intended for forging will respawn in the bedroom at Takov after a couple days. So will the apron. So, every several days or whatever, you can go grab them again if you want.
Whoa, whoa.
Can I be of any help?
You can pray. We're under attack. Fuck!
Somebody, please!
Come on, buddy, don't kill me. I said don't kill me, and I called you buddy.
I yield. There'll be no fight.
I wanted to kill him so bad. But I also probably should be finding the reasons to get the speech XP. Human's Quest next? Yes, after we do the whole bow thing that we're doing right now. Then yes, we will do the Invaders Quest. I killed the peasant. Yeah, that's because they keep turning me in. Every time I save one of them, they run off and tell the people that I murdered someone, and then I get in trouble. That's how I'm currently in trouble at Samin. Alright, horsey. Let's keep riding. Okay. We'll get up to the crossroads, and then I'll check the map again. Alright, so we are at the crossroads. All we need to do is go up from here. Okay. We'll go to the camp, then we'll go up that hill.
Whoa.
I'll do it on foot though.
Fuck off before I kill you.
That was not very polite. Alright, I feel like I went farther than I need to go. Well, we're close to the bandit patrol, so I did definitely go further than I need to go. But I can grab some stuff while I'm up here. Got some schnapps. Very nice. Sarka says, I accidentally swing a sword on someone when killing wolves, and then he went to turn me in too. He was killed by lightning. I hit Mutt all the time on accident while fighting with polearms. That's what I said. It's those annoying things like that.
You can see our camp from here. That fella must have been watching us the whole time. He must have been part of the group that ambushed us.
Probably. Dogwood hunting bow. What do we got here? A billhook? Level 3. Okay, so that's all that counts as the bandit patrol. So we found that. So yes, we just have to go further this way to find the old poacher's hideout. I remember it being like a shack. Is that a bandit down there? Oh, it's a beggar. Can I give him some money?
God bless.
There it is. Finally found it. And there's our bow.
Trophies, I reckon this was a poacher's den. But it looks like he hasn't been here in a while. Well, Vostatek would be surprised.
QZY says, why did they add levels to the weapons and how does that work? So if you damage the weapons down low enough, they will actually drop down to a lower level. Until they eventually break. Do we got everything we could get here? This is a nice little building. Gnarly did a good job building this poaching hideout. Alright, so, now that we did that, we should head back up to Gamekeeper Vostatek and progress from there. Oh, I had my horse at the camp. I should go to sleep first. Plus, who knows, maybe it'll somnambulate us closer to Vostatek. Sarka says, I would not play it. I get lost with map all the time. It's definitely difficult without the map. That's one of the hardest changes that they made. Speaking of things breaking, I turned the mod on for shoes so they don't get destroyed in 14 steps. Alright, we somnambulated, but I don't know where to. Oh, this is that shepherd outside of, we're all the way over here by Troskowitz now. We're right... Where are we? Here? No? I feel like we're down here. But I don't see anything on the map. Well, time to find out. Maybe I could talk to this guy.
Hail Mary.
Shepherd Smoliak. Pretty sure this is down the hill from Troskowitz. I've found myself coming out of the woods several times right here.
Go!
Oh, maybe. Yeah, Troskowitz is over there, so if we go this way, we'll get to Takov, which is where we actually want to go.
Whoa.
Got some more bandits, though. When we get to Takov this time, we're going to need to stop and get some more bolts. Who's that guy?
Now you're mine, you bastard.
I'll let him take care of that guy.
You kicked the bucket, you shit. Too slow. Quick.
There we go. Got some villagers to rob. Ooh, that one had a noble chaperone. Unfortunately, it was a level 1. Why are all these nobles running around in level 1 clothing? It's disgraceful. Who's this other guy we killed? Oh, he's a mercenary. That means there's probably a horse nearby. I guess not. Okay, there we go. That's enough. Weatherman says he's got to head out. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for joining in for as long as you did. I hope you have fun or do well at whatever you're leaving to do. We'll do the old sword out. Like I said, we're going to need to grab some more bolts because I feel like we're running low on them. But we can take all of our level 3 crap and put it in the storage chest here. And then sell any armor that we have to the blacksmith here. Armor and weapons. Vagan Macarian says, I'm playing dice for 150 groschen right now. That's a nice, nice pot. Alright, let's store our stuff. Oof. There we go. It's about sending a message. That's funny, Vagan. Brandon Kerr says, doth it truly be theft if the soul hath fled the mortal coil? I would think not. Let's see what we can sell here. Oh, that was close. Almost clicked the wrong one.
Great. Happy to be of service. I'll have a look.
All right, let's see what we can sell. I guess I still have 8 piercing bolts. It's probably enough.
Let's talk about the... Less. Aye.
Yeah, I got 1,000 more groschen. The dog's not dead, he's just lounging. Alright. Most seem to use the bodkin or something close. I don't know what... I don't remember. I don't have any black arrows on me to check right now, but I seem to remember them visually having a, like a broadhead look to them. Alright, we'll keep the poacher's bow on us so that we can actually ask about it, but now we'll just get down to the point where we can ride our horse. You lost? Oh, I guess it wasn't just about sending a message then. Hey, we raised up our horsemanship again. Who's this guy? Oh, it's a guard. Thought maybe it was a random encounter type guy. I have not done any dice yet on this playthrough, other than the first one that you do in the prologue. That's the only dicing I've done on this hardcore playthrough. 150 groshen's a decent sized pot, though. G59 Pluto said last night, I had a 40-minute walk from Opatowitz to Devil's Den after looting and killing every soldier. I had like 15 armor sets and weapons. That's funny. Whenever I do one of those long, hard, like, real big walks with all of the stuff, I'm always pretty careful to make sure I've saved recently enough that I don't lose it all, because it's just too much.
I found an abandoned poacher's den in the rocks above the Rock Tower Pond.
How do you know it was a poacher?
There were pelts and trophies. There were even 12-point antlers hanging there.
No way! You know, they say that years ago, back in the previous huntsman's time, there was this poacher running amok through the woods who had the gall to kill even trophy animals no one else would dare touch. At the time, the land belonged to Vincenz of Wartenburg. Trotsky Castle was still under construction. He was just preparing to hunt this beautiful 12-pointer. But when he finally tracked it down, the deer was already dead and had its antlers cut off. I heard the Lord was beside himself, but the poacher was never caught. Did you find anything else in there?
There was also this bow hanging there.
Show me.
Here it is.
Whoa! I've seen a bow like this before. Captain Gnarly had one just like it. He said he made it himself.
Gnarly poaching? I find that hard to believe.
I heard he was quite a handful in his youth.
What now?
Let it go, Henry. It was a long time ago and nothing good would come of it anyway.
Now I have to talk to Gnarly about it, but I'm currently wanted in Samine. I should see if I can learn anything from this guy. Repair? Look at that. I can repair those things. What else can I do? I could compete in the competition. I have a bow. Let's do that. Let's poacher's bow it up. I don't have arrows, but he'll give me competition arrows.
I'd like your first. What's it to be?
I think it's
all right, of course.
Masters.
No, fine.
Hang on. Yeah.
Wait a while. Get set. Let him fly.
Main thing about doing these Masters ones is speed, because they go so fast. Like, you definitely want to be hitting the bullseye, but you gotta go fast enough that you can finish first. Oh crap, I missed the bullseye on that one. Ah! They're gonna end up beating me.
I'm shooting like Apollo himself today. You might as well just give up. Bullseye. I'm doing pretty well today. You might as well just give up. Bullseye. That's how it's.
Yeah, I definitely need to finish first because we're all tied. I mean, I want to hit as many bullseyes as possible before then, but hey, look at that. We leveled up our warfare. Oh, good, I won. Ha! Suck it, you guys.
Well, I'll be buggered. You won. To be honest, I didn't really think you had it in you. But you've certainly earned that prize.
No, I know you don't have to finish first, but you get the extra points for doing that. And so a lot of times when I do the Masters tournaments, not so much this one, because this is an easier level one, but like the one at Sigismund's camp, for example, they hit a bullseye every time. So not only do you have to hit the bullseye every time, but you also have to finish first or you can't win. So that was fun. So we did that, and we leveled up. Oh, we have several things leveled up. Into the fray, fully charged attacks. If you charge into someone with a horse, their morale will drop. I feel like we'll do Head Start and Final Stretch first. Those are just very, very useful. Stealth we get to upgrade. Escape Artist, if someone is unsuccessful in their search for you, they'll give up a little sooner. Deceptive Stance, if you're not wearing any heavy armor, well, that's not going to apply to us. We'll do Escape Artist. I do like it when they leave me alone quicker. Warfare we leveled up. Hells yeah, we get our sweet charisma boost. We're doing good. Yeah, you get... I don't remember how many extra points it is, but if you finish first, you get an extra point bonus, which helps you actually win. Oh yeah, when you were playing at the master level for archery, it was really hard before. Now it's challenging, but it's doable.
Whoa, whoa.
I should see if he's got any high-level bolts and arrows I can buy.
Show me your...
Slash weapons. Ah, look at that. We can get a couple extra level 3 weapons from him. Alright. We can get hunting arrows, which are pretty decent. And hunting bolts. And ordinary and common. We'll get those. The crude ones aren't worth having, but I don't mind having a nice stockpile of everything else.
Word about the...
We'll get this down to...
You won't... You see?
1100. Alright, let's re-equip our crossbow, since that's still our best one, and we'll put our piercing bolts back on it, but the rest of this stuff we'll put in the horse inventory. There we go. Now we have to go to Samin. I'm going to stop beforehand because I have enough money that I might be able to just pay my way out of it. So we're up here, so let's head down to Samin. I'll just make sure I save before I go in, so that way if I cannot talk / buy my way out of it, I'll just be able to... Oh! That was close. I almost kept going without drinking my fox. Don't want to be missing out on all this sweet, sweet XP, especially once we try talking / buying our way out of being wanted for murder. Sakura Marchinova says, nice cabraca, or horse cover. I don't know the English word for it. This is the Brunswick's caparison, which is the word for it in English. Is that the riddle guy again?
Who have we here?
Haha, it is. Alright, time for another riddle, guys.
What do you... How about... The riddle's... Great! Last... Do you agree? Maybe... Oh, right! Jaromir, the coachman, hailed from...
Alright, guys, make sure you help with this one.
One morning, he set off for Kuttenberg with an empty coach. 3 lads boarded in Bohemia. When he arrived in Boischt, one of the boys got out, and a washerwoman took his place. In Horshan, the washerwoman went on her way, and a peddler and his daughter boarded. In Psitoke, the remaining lads alighted and took the peddler's daughter with them. And straight away, 2 fishermen got in. And on reaching Kuttenberg that evening, they invited the coachman to the bathhouse and got pig drunk. And now you tell me, what was the coachman's name?
Oh yeah, I remember it. It was Jaromir.
Jaromir. That's right.
I get it. He does the old go on nice and long so you forget what it was.
I was just lucky, that's all.
But before I pay you, I'll ask you again.
I'm all...
Ollie, this is, a herbalist gathered marag... I already... Well, but that travels... Farewell, my friend. What the... Are you all right?
He thought he'd get me with that one, but he didn't, because I remembered it, plus there's a dozen people in the chat that also remembered it. Alright, let's wash all of our crap that we've got here. And sort it out again, and like I said, we'll make our way to Samin. I'm thinking I can get out of trouble, because I've got 36,000 grosh, and no way my bounty is more than that. So there's a chance I'll just be able to pay it off. Well, I'll try talking my way out of it first, though. Because who knows what they actually want me for. Because I think I took care of all the witnesses the second time. So it might not even be murder, it might just be like assault. Alright. Weapons first. Remember, we gotta keep the poacher's bow on us, but these level 3 things we can put away, as we can with all the rest of these bolts and arrows. Armor-wise, it'll just be the level 3 stuff that we're putting away, if we have any. We don't appear to have any. Food I didn't have to anything to do with. We got a journal that we could read. Alright, and we'll keep all that stuff on us. So it was really just that stuff we bought. We'll see if we can sell anything. That's right, we were able to tell them about the people we found.
What do you have for... Let's talk about...
You very well.
Yeah, I figured, like I said, but a lot of times you can buy your way out of it. And I've got enough money for that. Whoopsie, don't want to do that. $80 people watching now. Hey, we got up to 80. Nice. Are there 80 likes? Yeah, Knuckles he's got his own thing going on. You don't have to listen to him. I never do. I mean, I did in one playthrough. I've tried most of the options in the game at least once. Alex Play says, I know the best way of getting out of things, not breaking the law in the first place. To be fair, though, this was a misunderstanding. I was rescuing a guy on the side of the road who's being attacked by 2 bandits. I killed the 2 bandits, and then he goes to tattle on me. And brings back a catch pole and a guard, and I killed both of them. So that's why I'm currently wanted. We'll stop by the tree and we'll save. I think we'll be fine. That guy's still hanging there, so I guess I could check and see if he's got that map that was briefly mentioned.
Quick! Oh, go!
There. Now we'll save. Sarka says, I hopped from Lord Capon stream. I never seen Gerta game, but he is good. I will stay. Well, I'm glad you're here. I play the game quite a bit. You don't think I'm gonna... I think I'll be fine. Let's see if they immediately try to arrest me.
You're wanted for that murder!
Give
up!
Easy now. I surrender.
Ah, here you are. There's no excuse for murder, you swine. Now you'll pay.
All right. Well, I have level 30 for speech there. It says very hard, but that doesn't get much higher than that.
Explain.
Let's see if this works.
But
If it does, I should get a bunch of XP for it.
That man was a dangerous bandit and a murderer. I did the right thing.
What the hell are you talking about? He never seemed like a bandit to me.
Well, that's not something he's going to go about announcing, is it?
Right. But I'd expect he'd be at least a little suspicious. I reckon you're a filthy liar. You're a murderer. And
Ah,
you're trying
beans.
to cover it up.
It didn't work. Fine's only 3,200 groschen.
Wait, I want to atone. And I'll pay the blood money.
Paying a family for someone's life doesn't come cheap. Do you have the money?
I do.
Very well. Custom allows it. I'll make sure the money goes to the family. Now show me what you've got. Let's see if you have anything stolen.
Oh, no.
All right. Have a look then.
Well, well. What do we have here? This is obviously stolen. I'm confiscating it. All right. That, along with indulgence, should be enough. But I don't want to see anything like that again.
Wonder how much stuff I had on me that was stolen. Riding gloves, the hired hand Vence's map that I just took.
Why are you still here? You want me to take you in?
Oh, a bunch of that clothing on my horse must have been stolen. Was any of it important?
What are you waiting for? On your way.
Anyway, I'm gonna go talk to Gnarly. I still have the poacher's bow though, right? Okay, that's all that really matters.
What's that noise?
It wouldn't let me discover that drying rack. Jose Gonzalez says, I'm surprised you're not doing collabs with the guys from Warhorse. Definitely. You're funnier to be around than Sexy Biscuit and more knowledgeable than ESO. I enjoy those two, but you're more entertaining. Well, thank you very much. I don't know. I don't seek out collabs very much. I'm really bad at the social part of social media. I've said that before. I don't do enough networking. The people you listed are a lot better at networking than I am. Boy, there's a lot of questions I could do.
Were you a poacher, Gnarly?
Oh, yes. We're all poachers around here. Especially Lord Samin's wife. She doesn't do anything else.
Seriously? I found your hideout by
That was a
Lock's
funny
Tower
response.
Pond, and Huntsman Vostatek recognized the bow you left there.
Oh, fuck.
I love just sarcastic
Vostatek said
answer.
No one would believe us if we tried to report you anyway.
I'm so much calmer now. And why did you come to me then?
Why were you poaching in the first place?
Sometimes because I was hungry. I wasn't in Lord Samin's service back then, but also for fun, and because of the thrill of the hunt. I was young and dumb. What do you want me to say?
And why did you stop?
Because Lord Samin caught me and gave me a choice. A rope or loyal service. That's how I became his captain.
Don't you regret it?
Regret what? That I'm still breathing? Not really.
Maybe I could learn something from you. What'd you say?
If you keep all this to yourself, I'll give you some advice.
Trust me, Gnarly.
Listen up. If you're looking for something to hunt, try near the water first. That's always paid off for me. Then all you need is a steady hand and a good bow.
I'll keep that in mind. Can I keep your bow?
You found it, you keep it.
I won't question you anymore.
I told you everything anyway.
Alright, now we can get some of the rest of the stuff done. So, let's just burn through this.
How did he's what?
That's
and
I don't anyway. Oh my.
What?
Fine, he swore so he not good.
Gnarly is epic.
I think
you're quite correct about that.
Captain.
Well, try it. Maybe try.
Captain.
You mean he'll?
Why did I?
No, they.
Do you think
Down.
so
True.
and how
Clear. So he's.
I'd like
What is?
I'm in
Let's learn all of the stuff from him that we can, since we're here anyway. We can learn some new techniques, we can get some XP, we can do all the things.
I'd like
What do you want?
Blunt.
Alright.
Hey, look at that, we leveled up heavy weapons.
I'd like
What do you want?
Tell me
Gnarly is just like Yoda, too old for the shit I am. I like him, like I said, he's one of my favorite side characters in the game.
I'd like
Fighting with back. So it's now.
Gotta get our sword techniques. People always forget to do this. It feels more organic to me to learn the new techniques this way. In this game, where you got certain people will teach you certain things and it's all over the place.
That's enough.
Gnarly is immortal.
Should we have a practice?
Would you?
Well, that's not what I wanted.
Alright.
I want
On. Planker! I give up. I surrender. We can continue.
Okay, that isn't what I initially intended to ask him. I had to kill old Gnarly because he was mouthing off to the Burgrave. Not me. I'll side with Gnarly over the Burgrave every time.
I'd like to learn.
I can.
There we go. That's what I wanted to do instead of that fight.
Now.
But we did the fight anyway.
Well, lad. Good.
Blessings to you.
I like Godwin a lot. He's definitely very entertaining. I like Henry a lot. There's certain times where I like Hans Kapan, but not when he's being all cocky and arrogant. Gnarly and Samin are two of my favorites. I do like, what's his name? I'm forgetting his name now. The drunkard from the Devil's Pack. What was a Burgrave? A Burgrave was kind of like a seneschal type position. He was someone who was responsible for some of the operations of a castle or a town. Yeah, a Burgrave of Prague, for example, was a very high-ranking official, but like this Burgrave that we're talking about is the Burgrave of Trotsky Castle, considering Trotsky also has a chamberlain, and those responsibilities would overlap quite a bit. The Burgrave is less impressive. He was probably in charge of supply or something. Offhand, I don't know. Kobianka is the one I was trying to remember. Music for Life says, and just like that, we're at 4 hours of streaming. That's correct. We're actually at 4.5 hours of streaming. Alright, what have we done here, and what more can we do? Could read this Woodsman's Journal. Alright, now we've got several levels to level up. We did Scholarship. So we'll do Fundamentals of Law, help talk us out of things. Pole Arms we leveled up. Didn't we have another one? Anyway. Oh, that was Scholarship. Survival we leveled up, but we didn't get a perk point. So, let's find those two horses. You said we can kill them. Acorn? Whose horse is Acorn? And Yarmilka. Those are the two that we have to kill, right? If we want to get their loot. I'll see if I can manage it. Alright, well, let us kill Yarmilka. Let's see if it lets us kill Acorn. It did! And we leveled up marksmanship. Alright, let's see if we can get their stuff. Huh, we didn't get his saddle. We just got his bridle. That's weird. So where's his saddle and stuff? Oh, with that one we got the Executioner's comparison with Breaching. That's a cool one, too. Oh shit, there's a guard right there. I hope he didn't see me. Some more mild hunting. Exactly, you're getting it now.
That's bloody deep.
Give me your soap. Hopefully that guard doesn't spot anything. But we talked our way out of murder. How much worse could it be to kill a couple horses? In the morning, if we want, we could talk to Gules.
Have you already taken care of your band?
Don't you start with that too.
So you didn't.
After you attacked me in Appalonia? I'm so battered I can hardly wipe my own arse. Old man Samin will just have to be a bit more patient.
No, you wouldn't be making excuses by any chance.
And why would I do that, you genius?
So you don't have to go up against your own. You're protecting them.
You think I regard them as my people? That's putting it strongly.
Are you telling me you don't care about them?
Why should I? They're nasty bastards just like me. Look, lad. That's just the way it goes between us bandits. It might seem dishonorable and low to you, but each of us is trying to survive the best we can. Believe me, if those boys were in my boots, they'd not hesitate a moment and gut me like a swine. But they'll never get a second chance, because they're not of noble birth.
What'll happen once they discover you're in Samin's employ?
Well, they won't be too fond of me over it, but then they never were. Why are you asking about them anyway? Don't tell me you want to help me. These aren't any ordinary.
Hans's uncle's name is Hanush. I also like him quite a lot.
Depraved whoresons I've ever met. What do you think? Would you fancy tackling them?
Yeah. Just tell me what I need to do.
So listen up. From what I've heard, there's another 4 of those scum roaming the countryside. I'd bet my boots that a few more will hitch up with them in time, so it won't be easy. You can start with Canker.
Canker? Interesting name. Why is he called that?
He already had that name when he joined us. I reckon they started calling him that on account of how he's rotten to the core.
Where can I find him?
I don't know. I only know that he and his band were ambushing travelers on the road from Troskovitz to the Nabarkov mill.
So how do you want to find him then?
Easy. I'd wait for him to find me. With a little luck, he'll ambush you in one of those places too. Or one of his people will.
That doesn't sound too safe.
What did you expect? That I'd search the whole forest for him? Go ahead and try and find him that way if you like. But I think you're more likely to roll straight 6s and dice.
That's enough for me.
Well, good luck, lad. Oh, and I almost forgot. When you're done, bring me Canker's mace. As proof.
Why? You don't trust me?
Why should I?
It was good to see you, my friend.
Down again.
Alrighty, so we got that saved up. Now we have to... We can move on to that one, but I don't want to move on to it yet. Let's put it that way, because we have the...
God bless you, pilgrim. It's never too late for a good deal.
Oh, is that so?
But let me...
I'd like... If you have...
Alright, what's he got? He's got a cumin cap, fitted coat. Get some nice arrows from him. Oh, we already have Lovarian horseshoes, but we might not have those two. We could get a strip die, Silver Warlord's badge. And then what can we sell? Sell that journal that we already read. Everything else is on my horse. Yeah, I could try selling him this horse meat.
Word about the... Oh.
Badger asks, is the Crusader armor a mod? No, it is not. Not this stuff, at least. At the beginning of this stream, we I did the quest line for how you get it. Alright. I could sleep, but I'm actually not far from the camp, so I might as well just go there right now.
Quick! Die!
But yes, after we do the Invaders questline, I should turn a little bit more, because I think it's more this way. After we do the Invaders one, all the way through the end, we will do, we'll move down the Gules Bandit questlines as well. Or not questlines, but quests. It's just the Gules questline. I mean, I don't know how much of that we'll have time to do today. We only have about half an hour left of this stream, but that should be more than enough for Invaders and maybe the first of the Bandit quests. If we don't get distracted by too many side objectives or get lost too many times.
Quick.
Badger says, how do I access Takov if I'm in Kuttenberg? So, the questline in question is actually one that you have to do early in the game. So if you're already in Kuttenberg, you're beyond the questline. That's not to say that you... There's a guy down there with a torch. That you can't still go back, but you can go back to the Trotsky region via a wagon on the side of the, like, way over on the edge of the Kuttenberg map. I feel like I'm in the right place, but, it's getting kind of dark. Kind of hard to navigate in the dark.
Whoa, whoa.
Found a poacher's camp. That'll tell us where we are, I suppose. Alright. Oh, we're way over here. I could sleep here. Oh, there's a poacher. Alright. So that means I have to go this way?
Quick!
There are, like I said, even if you miss the mission, there's still ways that you can get the Waffenrocks for the Crusaders. They're just much rarer and much harder. Okay, well, we're back at the wood camp. Over here. The nighttime navigation always gets me. I'll follow this path for a while. There's a poacher, said Henry, while looking into a mirror. Well, of course I know him. He's me. Yeah, but I'm also the worst bandit in the game, too. I kill and rob more than anyone else. So, depends how specific you want to be about where we should lay this guilt. Alright, let's find a place to sleep till morning. I think we're allowed to sleep up in this camp over here. We might not be, but we'll figure it out. Oh, but if we sleep, we'll somnambulate. We don't want that. I'll just wait. Ah, we're not even that tired. We'll be fine. On the bright side, I'll be able to eat some more. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a random encounter for a merchant that you can buy the Waffenrock from at one point. I could be wrong, but I think so at least. I like how eating the dried food tires you out. Alright. I will save. Now we've got to do some human talking.
Ah, it is you.
You hid yourselves well. I'll give you that.
Better not be seen by people. People not like when we are close. You'll see yourself how people treat us. And all we want was something to eat.
You're right. I reckon you shouldn't return to the village. Next time it might end in more than just a brawl.
But now that almost sounds like threat.
That's because it is a threat.
You are one strange fellow. You take their side, but they treat you no better than we. Than us.
Well, I may not be from around here, but I'm nothing like you. People like you destroyed my home and killed my parents.
People like us?
Humans.
Fuck. I sorry hear that. What is your name?
I'm Henry.
You Henry. All right, Henry. Come then, Henry. We drink to memory of parents.
Have you heard of Scallies? It was a nice little village.
Come on, boy. Open old wound is not good. They not heal.
So you have heard of it? You were there, weren't you?
Henry, I am sorry, but I not change past. Let past be past.
If only I knew how. I know there's nothing I can do about it, and I should move on. But it still hurts.
And it will, for a long time. But one day, it will go. Time will make better, you will see. So come. Past is past. But now we have drink. Then pain go away.
I'm not in the mood for a drink right now.
Very well. But if you get mood, you know where to find.
We ain't drinking, and you know why we ain't drinking? Henry doesn't drink with subhuman human scum.
Gyorsan lerendezzük.
It's not just about the fact that they're subhuman human scum. It's also about the fact that we got to get that armor. Some of that stuff is going to be level 3. And the rest of it is going to quickly turn into money. Plus, we can rob all the rest of their stuff while we're here. You just rob them in the morning, but then how do you get the satisfaction of killing them all? That's confusing. We should lockpick it. Oh yeah. Yeah, now we're getting the good stuff. Well, I don't think these humans will be back to bother the people at the tavern. The good Bohemians. So let's launder our clothes, go up, and we'll sell any of the stuff. You know? Let's see what we get to keep from all of that. Alrighty. There's an adamant saber. Too bad it's not level 3. We get 3 human shields. Some arrows, some lead balls. Very nice, very nice. Some more arrows. More arrows. So we got some decent arrows from them, but none of those weapons there are particularly great. We get that level 3 chaperon. We get that. We get that. That. Noble's hood at level 3. Tall human hat. And all the rest of this, we're just going to go ahead and turn straight into cash. Ooh, we can fix some of it, though. That'll get us more cash, you see. There. Now we're ready to go sell it. Adamant Saber is a beast. They thought it was a friendly convo. No, we were just finding out exactly when we were going to murder them. Like I said, they're humans. Can't let them live. I think I did pick up the ring off of Askel. I don't know how high of a charisma ring it was. It was... Oh, we should... Oh, that was close. I almost went in to get rid of a bunch of stuff without actually having all of the stuff on me. I would have forgot. Yeah, it's this gemstone silver ring. 18 charisma. There we go. All the rest of that stuff is stuff we want to keep. Got the 3 human shields, though. Those are unique and such. Now we get to go back and tell them, yep, we took care of them. They ain't going to be a problem no more. And then Betty will be like, what the hell? I didn't tell you to kill him. And then she'll be like, yeah, okay, it's fine. Since it's been working so far, and because I get XP for stealth and thievery by selling stolen goods, I'm gonna do it again. Even though we're at the place where I can literally go to the fence and sell it. Come on, Mordecai Chaim.
I'll have a look at...
This is more stolen stuff than we've attempted to sell before. I wonder if I'll be like, what the hell? You killed all of our human neighbors? Those guys were great. We're going to sell it all. We'll keep the lucky die.
I'd like to discuss the price.
Well,
Darius Brewster said, had to leave for a bit. Where are you at now? We just killed all the humans in the Invaders quest line.
That's...
QZY asked, how is coif pronounced? I usually say coif. Sometimes I say quaff. But I usually just say coif. Alright, did we get rid of everything? Yeah, except for the stuff we want to keep. Nice.
was talking about. The voivode will want to talk to you.
Nah, I'm not talking to the voivode. Music for Life said, alright, DTG, gotta go. Thanks for the stream. Chat, love y'all. When is the next stream? I'm planning on streaming again on Friday. So, look forward to seeing you and, of course, everyone else at that stream. I'll probably start around the same time, right around 11. That way I get done. I mean, my kids get home before I get done, so there's always the risk that I'm going to, like, have them bust in and tell me all about their problems. But usually they realize that if my door is closed, I must be streaming, and they stay quiet for a little bit. But I can't keep it too long because, you know, I gotta get up and make sure they've got food and that they're doing their homework and all that stuff. But, yes, Friday should be around 11. Vegan asks, if Catherine is already in Sigismund's camp, can I kill everyone there without ruining the story quest? Sorry for repeating the question. I believe that I did. And I don't think it... Like, I had to wait a while afterwards for things to kind of reset and everyone to respawn. But, I think it worked out fine for me. I think this is Samin up here. So, I'll go here and then I'll go to Troskovitz from there. Yep, look at that. Kids' problems. Yeah. It's, as I always tell people, having kids is a lot of work if you want to do a good job at it, like raising them, but it's definitely worth it. That nobleman had a fancy-looking hat. Hey, look, a caravan. I wish there was a better way to know what loot they were carrying with them, so I would know, you know, how much time and effort I want to invest into possibly ambushing it.
Quick.
PST or EST? It would be CST, Central Standard Time. That is the unit I am in. That guy bought a lovely U-bow the other day.
Did you hear that the king himself announced that everyone should have a good... Eh?
Asterius Shibesta.
Hey, old fella.
I'd be happy to join you, if I might have the honor of...
Alex Play says, as a former kid, I agree. See, same, exactly. As a former kid, I also agree.
I was looking for some merry company, but it's like a mortuary here.
Aye, well, we're not going to find Baldeek today anyway. He could be miles away by now.
Well, if Baldic's a puppy, he should be able to pick up his own scent and return, shouldn't he?
He ain't no puppy. God, I've grown so fond of the little fella's adorable waddle.
What in God's name? You've lost an infant.
Are you barking mad? Jesus. It's not a child that's gone missing. But our chief, Mikolash, will still beat the shit out of us for losing his precious pet.
Is it a duck?
So, friends, precisely what have you lost, and where did it waddle off to?
It was a bear. Well, a bear cub. Damn it. He was so sweet. Only 2 years old. You can still tame them at that age. We're done for when Master Mikolash finds out.
I have not saved Bohemia yet. I could probably do that at some point.
What's that you say? A bear cub? Who on earth are you two?
Skilled trappers. We hunt game for our esteemed masters. And Baldic's mother was one hell of a ferocious beast.
And what does your Mikolash have to do with all this?
It was him what killed the mother bear. A finer beast there never was. But she had this cub with her, so he got it into his head we should go and bring it to him. And now the cub's lost. And we've had it.
Nah, a pair of you are sitting here like two sacks of misery. How about a shooting contest? Take your mind off things.
Mach and Sebesta were popular kids' movie in Chechnya. Is that so?
Nor me is exactly novice archers. What's it to be? Longbow or crossbow?
Well, I don't think I have a longbow on me, so crossbow.
I quite fancy trying crossbow.
All right. What do you feel up to? Because it's not going to be free.
Hang on. I'll see how much I have. Yeah, here it is.
See how much I have. 30,000 groschen.
Wait a while until I get the other archers. Meanwhile, you can get ready and wait for the signal. Everybody, form a straight line.
Ooh, that's kind of further away. So I'm in the middle.
And we're off.
Oh, I'm just shooting against Basterius. Glad I have a light crossbow. I once started one of these when the crossbow I had equipped was a heavy crossbow, and I very much regretted that decision. Redneck Zeus says, gotta go to work. Bye, y'all. That's okay, Zeus. We won't be streaming too much longer, so at least you won't be missing much. Thanks for sticking around as long as you have. I better pay attention or I'm gonna lose this. I keep pulling to the right.
2 points. Not great, not terrible.
There we go, that's a bullseye. One more bullseye and I get the bonus.
5 points.
There we go. I should win now. Oh, we tied.
Sucker. You're a better shot than me.
Oh, they must still count that as a victory. Alright, let's make sure we have our bolts re-equipped. Oh, never mind, they did it automatically. Alright, up to Troskovitz so we can finish off this mission. Vagan Macarian says, I'm trying to figure out the Thieves' Quest where there is a note about a vineyard in Kuttenberg. You gotta go to Vineyard Square. It's the spot with the fountain. That's what they're talking about when they say a vineyard in Kuttenberg.
Thy kingdom come.
And you go to the fountain there, and there's a little pipe at the base of the fountain with another note in it, which will send you to the next spot.
And forgive us our trespasses.
Or no, wait, no, I'm thinking of the scavenger hunt. You do have to go to the Vineyard Square, but you're looking for the secret thieves' hideout, which is in the basement of the store in the Vineyard Square.
Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God.
Pray for us sinners now, and at the hour of our death.
Amen.
Amen. Yay, we've now prayed. Let's go finish off our, Invaders quest. We should talk to Wojtek first. He's the one that wanted us to kill him. Maybe he'll give us a reward. I clearly went into the wrong house. I think I need to go to the next one.
Good day to you.
Karki says, are you going to be going back to Oblivion? I'm certainly going to be playing it. I have not yet decided if I'm going to stream it again.
About those Cumans, is it done? Aye. They shouldn't be a problem anymore.
Are you sure?
They weren't so tough after all.
Good to hear. Those monsters deserve no mercy. At least there's one less thing to worry about.
Here's some coin for your trouble. I'm glad I can count on you. See you soon, my friend.
Alright, now we'll go talk to Betty.
Fuck yourself.
Hey, they're gonna fight.
Lord be with you. What do you need?
The humans won't be coming back.
JH says, what if you say you will play Oblivion, but then it's actually just play KCD?
Until you get into trouble again, that is.
Yeah, I could just be like, yeah, it's an Oblivion stream, and that's just Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 again. QZY says, is there a UFO mod for KCD2? Like they randomly appear from time to time? I mean, I've seen one crashed in the forest. Karki says, I can't wait to play. Was the first RPG I played as a kid, but in my last semester of college and got 2 weeks left. I mean, at least you got something to look forward to after you finish the term. All right.
I'll have a beer. No.
I should have talked them out of the fight. Could have got some extra speech XP. Wojtek is still being an asshole even after Henry did him a huge favor. I mean, I think he seemed pretty gracious for it. So, does our horse have a bunch of stuff? Yeah, but that's all stuff we want to keep, so we'll keep that in there until the next time we go to a chest. Journal. Bird of Prey, so that's the next Gamekeeper one, and Canker is the Bandit one. We have Mutt that we could do. I feel like we've got enough time to do that. That's not a very long mission. Because we already found the spot where you find Mutt, right? Where was that? It was... I honestly don't remember. Actually, I don't want to do this mission right now because it's going to take a bunch of tracking around in the woods, and I don't think I have time for that. What was Forbidden Fruit? Oh yeah, that's that one. And the Hermit was the blacksmith one.
Hey,
so I think we might just...
something happen?
Just go and put our stuff away. Darius Brewster says there's a UFO in KCD2, WTF. Yeah, I did a video about Easter eggs in the game, and I show the Easter egg and I show where to find it. So, if you're interested, that's on the channel. We'll have to do, we'll have to get Mutt in the next stream, which, like I said, should be on Friday. Once you start tracking it, you can go to the spot. Well, we already went to the spot once in the live stream. And I had all the quests active at that time, so why couldn't I find it then? I think you have to visit, like, ask at least one person or do one of the steps before the final finding it solution. Darius Brewster says, I'm watching that after stream for sure. Yeah, I did. I covered, I don't remember how many I did, but I picked out the Easter eggs that I had found so far that I personally found to be the most interesting ones, and I showed them all in that video. I show, like I said, I show each Easter egg and I show exactly where to find them. Some of them are quite interesting. There's one that I found after that. It was Baba Yaga's hut, but it was after I'd already made the video. Alright, let's see. Say before we go, we could check and see what our stash is looking like. How our loot goblining has been paying off. Alright. So for weapons, let's see if we got any duplicates first of all. Other than ammo, obviously. So we got 2 of this Farrington Knight Shield, and we got 2 of the broken Roman Soldier Spear. I'm hoping at some point we're going to be able to do something with that. But other than that, doing pretty good about... I mean, we've got shield duplicates, but what are you going to do? I'll sort that all out at some point when I take everything out, make sure I've got it all washed, and I'll repair it up to the right level. For armor, we've got some duplicates already. We got some hat and hood duplicates. And obviously the ones that you get from things not being all the way repaired. We got a couple level 2 things, but that's just from the Crusaders Wafen Rocks that I wanted to keep, even though they're not level 3. Doing pretty good. We're building up quite the stash already. Quite a bit of jewelry, too. We got a couple duplicates in there. And this is a duplicate. That's just a stolen one. Horse equipment-wise, we're doing good. Building up quite a few unique things. I'm excited for that one. Quite a bit of noblewoman stuff, too. Hey, we have a level 3 variant and a level 2 variant of the St. Ludmilla's Veil. Don't have any unread books at the moment. Yeah, we're doing good. Vagan McCarrion says, you're not a loot goblin, just a connoisseur of unique items. That's a good point. Gage Webb says, also love your streams, man. Don't ever get into streamers usually, but yours are interesting and fun to watch. I'm glad. I also don't watch a whole lot of live streams, so it makes sense that other people who are like me in that regard might find mine to be interesting. Andre Lewis said it's because it needs to be dusk or dawn. It's possible I was there at the wrong time of day. Alrighty. Well, I think we're going to get going. Developer chest? No. DTG's chest? Yes. Alright. That's where we're going to end it for today. So, oh boy. I had to get up and move around. I've been sitting too long. Next stream, like I said, Friday at 11 is when I'm planning on starting it. We'll be doing bandit hunts in that stream. We'll find Mutt. We might do the Voivode quest. I haven't decided yet if I'm going to, but we might do that. Maybe we'll do the one where we go get that special axe or the schematic for it and then forge it. Might do that one. Got lots of side content to do in the next stream. Maybe we'll do the Miller stuff. We haven't figured it out yet. Vagan McCarrion said, you don't have a fake persona. That's why we love the streams. That's fair. Maybe I put too much out on the front, but it would take far too much energy for me to put on a fake act for the stream, especially when we're doing like 5-hour streams. So, see you all on Friday. Hope you enjoyed the stream as much as I enjoyed streaming it. I just love playing this game, and hardcore mode, it makes me love it even more. So,